Good evening. I'd like to reconvene City Council Success Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency. Meeting right now, 7:04 p.m., Wednesday, September 14, 2022. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Ta,
Here?
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Doe,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho. Here. Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Thank you. Have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Next, we have salute to the flag would be Vice Mayor Manzo, invocation with Councilmember Nguyen.
Please stand.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your head for our invocation. Heavenly Father, provider of strength, we pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens of Westminster with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affected our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interest of our city and all of its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Vice Mayor Manzo and Councilmember Nguyen. Next, we have City Attorney close section report.
Thank you, Mayor. There were 5 items on the agenda, 2 real property and 3 anticipated litigation items. Each of those items was discussed and council provided direction. There's nothing to report.
Thank you so much, City Attorney. Next, we have ex parte communication. I see none. Next, we have City Clerk report.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we would like to continue inviting the members of the community to please participate by visiting our website and submitting an application for any of the vacancies that are open on our current committees. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. And next, we have City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone watching today. Welcome back after having a break our last meeting. So we have quite a few things I'd like to share. So first off, we're excited that in-person dining is back at our senior center after 2.5 years. We closed the senior center because of the pandemic. So now we are actually reopening tomorrow. We're going to be having a welcome back party tomorrow from, 10, oops, it's not on here, but it is 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So there will be a DJ, meals being served, ice cream social, a lot of fun for our seniors. So we're excited to welcome them back. And then hot meals are now being served Monday through Friday. As you know, during the pandemic, we were doing drive-up meal pickups, which were very well received. And so we just want to shout out to Meals on Wheels and our staff for making those happen. So thank you to our community services and recreation staff for working through the pandemic and assisting our seniors. Splash Pad over at Sigler Park is now open on weekends through the end of this month, from 12 noon to 5 p.m., and that will close out our season at the Splash Pad. And then next Saturday, September 24th, we are having a fall festival that's going to be celebrating our city's 65th anniversary, so we're excited for that event. As you know, we've had in the past, a spring festival, and that's been reimagined this year for a fall festival. So we'll be holding this fall festival in the Civic Center from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be live entertainment featuring Funk Station at 1:30 p.m. Activities for the family. There's going to be a candy scramble at 1 p.m. as well. A resource fair, exhibits, demonstrations. Our Police Canine Dragon will be out there at 10:15, and we'll just have a lot of booths and vendors and food. There'll be I believe, a pancake breakfast component that's going to support Kiwanis. So that will be taking place that morning as well. So a lot of fun stuff happening. So I hope I will see you guys there next Saturday, September 24th. So this past September 11th marked 21 years since the attacks in New York and Pennsylvania and at the Pentagon. And so we want to show that even though many years have passed, the community, we want to show our community that we have not forgotten what happened that tragic day. So to commemorate and honor the sacrifices made on September 11th, Westminster PD personnel, they've been authorized to wear a newly designed 9/11 department badge throughout the month of September. This is a tradition that the police department will do every year to commemorate 9/11, and, to honor the police officers, firefighters, and civilians who lost their lives in the attacks. I don't know if we have a picture that we can show, but maybe I can kind of show it on the camera a little bit. There's not there it is, okay. So there's the photo. So that's what, all our officers and police personnel, they'll be wearing that badge, and it'll obviously have, their position on it as well, or their rank rather. There was no cost to there was no city funds for this. This was funded by our Westminster Police Officers Association. So we want to give a shout out to them for funding this, and it's a great, it's a great honor. So, so again, thank you to the PD for that. And then community development, in terms of community development, a lot of buzz has been generated regarding the Westminster Mall and the Westminster Mall specific plan. So, I'd like to, again, reiterate that the Westminster Mall specific plan draft is out. It's on our website, so the city is seeking input from anyone who would like to make comments regarding what that plan, looks like, the components of the plan. And of course, contact our community development department if you have any questions. We're going to be having a community open house regarding the Westminster Mall specific plan. That's going to be next Thursday, September 22nd, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. And that's going to be held over in the East-West Room out of the Community Services Building. It is public, it is free. Residents, have the opportunity to come, share your idea and share and provide feedback before the Westminster Mall specific plan is going to be presented to the Planning Commission and then ultimately the City Council for approval. And just to reiterate, this specific plan is part of a larger picture, that the community has provided, input on what they envision the Westminster Mall would be looking like. So as of right now, there isn't a development of any sort. There's not a project that's submitted for the Westminster Mall area, but this specific plan is going to be providing that blueprint, when and if a development does take place in the future. So this is really an opportunity for the residents, the community to come out, provide input, again, share what your thoughts are for that particular area. So again, next Thursday, September 22nd, 6:30 to 8:30, over in the East-West Room Community Services Building. And then we just lastly want to welcome a few new hires that we have, part-time park maintenance workers. So you'll see them out and about in the field. But Giovanni Romero, Paul Calix Jr., Angel Salcedo, and Luis Gonzalez Ayala, welcome. These are our new part-time park maintenance workers. And with that concludes my report.
I really want to thank our city manager for a really detailed report. That's amazing. Really appreciate that. Next, we have special presentation. We have 2 items for this presentation. The first one will be certificate of recognition for Prep with Love. The owner is Carol Garner and also executive chef for the restaurant. And the second item will be proclamation Hunger Action Month. So the first item, I'd like to invite Ms. Carol Garner to come up, and I'd like to invite all members of City Council. Good evening, everyone. I believe that a few, probably a month ago, right? A month ago, you saw her on TV. There was an incident happened at her restaurant, and hope to the honor blessing owner in the future. So this is the certificate from the city of Westminster for you and your restaurant, and this is the certificate of Congresswoman Michelle Steele.
Thank you so much.
All right. So, you want to say anything?
Take a moment to thank everyone for allowing me to be here today at this meeting, to Mayor Ta and to all the council members. It's unfortunate what happened at that restaurant.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Testing. All right. All right. Hold on a second. All right. No, camera up. All right, okay.
You're part of the heroics too.
Yeah.
Mayor and Council, if I may, we just want to also acknowledge, with Carol and Prepped with Love, she's been, I would say it was during the Baker to Vegas, Chief, that she also provided the meals to our race, or to our runners, to our participants as well. And so she's been very supportive of our community, and she's also been providing, the dinners for our meetings as well. So I just want to thank her for that.
Testing, testing. No, it's not on. Testing.
Impact adjustment.
All right, so no need, okay, so, next item.
This mic right here, yeah.
Proclamation, Hunger Action Month, September 2022, whereas hunger, poverty, and food, nutritional insecurity are issues of vital concerns in California,
can you
where
come up here,
20% of California face food insecurity on a daily basis, and one of every 6 children do not know where the next meal will come from. And whereas City of Westminster is committed to taking steps to control hunger in every part of our community and are to provide additional resources that those in Westminster need. And whereas City of Westminster is committed to working with Orange County Hunger Alliance in educating people about the role and importance of food bank in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas more than 800,000 individuals in Orange County on average rely on food provided by Orange County Food Bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, Orange County, and About Food Care monthly. And whereas the coronavirus pandemic has had the devastating health and economic impact across country, it's a project that hundreds of thousands of people could face continued hunger and food insecurity in Orange County in the wake of the pandemic, along with the increasing food of living this year. Whereas the bold name member of Orange County Hunger Alliance have distributed more than 82 million pounds of food in last year through a network of food pantry, kitchen, shelter and other community organizations. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring awareness to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the fight to end hunger by taking action, including volunteership, social media, share, and donation to ensure nobody has to make an impossible choice between food and other necessities like medicine, utility, or childcare. And whereas Food Bank Ross Country, including member of California Association of Food Bank, will host numerous events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help end hunger and food insecurity in their local community. Now, therefore, I treat her, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Carlos Menzel and Council Member Ty Doe, Kimberly Ho, and Chief Charlie Nguyen, to hereby proclaim September 2022 as Hunger Action Month in the City of Westminster, and call this observance and action to attention to our citizens and encourage the committee to donate time and food to local food bank and food distribution event. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You said so much. They give me a little script, but I'll just briefly say I'm Linda Lewis. I've been a volunteer with the Second Harvest Food Bank for over 20 years. The first time I went, they showed a video of a kid coming home from school and opening the refrigerator, and it was empty. It had not occurred to me that that would be happening here. He not only was not getting a snack after school, but he was going to bed hungry. And I want to help end hunger. I appreciate all of this and everything everyone has done to help end hunger. We're working with Abound Food Care, Orange County Food Bank, and the Second Harvest Food Bank. When in the height of COVID, we were feeding over 600,000 people a month. And now that number is at 332,000 people. Throughout the month, we thank you for your support and ask for some extra help. Our website is feedoc.org. That's feedoc.org/Hunger Action Month to learn more about giving time, food, and money to support our OC neighbors in need. And thank you very, very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have oral communication.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. This exception applies to public hearing items only. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council during the public hearing may do so at that time. If you wish.
Vào lúc này nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu thì xin cho chúng tôi biết. Quý vị có thể phát biểu về những cái đề tài trong nghị trình cũng như là không có nằm trong nghị trình, hoặc là quý vị có thể phát biểu khi mà một cái đề tài được đưa ra. Xin cảm ơn.
We do have an advanced speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I wish I could stay for the whole meeting, but I am enrolled in the Citizens Academy with our great police department, and our classes are on Wednesday nights. The Quan Chi Monument keeps coming back like a bad penny. Tonight we get 2 Quan Chi agenda items. Oh boy, residents are so sick of hearing about this damn monument and council wasting so much time on it instead of focusing on real priorities like our fiscal emergency. Item 5.1 is to determine a feasible location for this house-sized monstrosity. There was no council vote promising to place it in a park. Those claims and legal threats are total bullshit. But council has collectively stated no more monuments in Freedom Park. Community outreach? Why bother? This council ignores public input except by your Vice Mayor Manzo. Over 100 public comments have already been made against placing this thing in a park or on public land. Only QTM committee members and their faction, and Kimberly Ho, want to, and some don't even live in Westminster. Council, how about you actually read the staff report and honor public comments? What a novel concept, huh? Residents will not tolerate losing any more park space to foreign war monuments. The gigantic 1,020 square foot design should not have been approved. No to Westminster Park, Kimberly, wherever you are. That park is dedicated to our disabled youth and home to Challenger League Baseball. It is my local park, and I can assure you my neighbors do not want this hideous monstrosity there. There is insufficient parking, a high number of PD calls, and a large homeless presence there. We do not want this attractive nuisance risking the safety of our disabled youth and other park users or detracting from the peaceful fun and recreation that we enjoy in our park. No to Tony Lamb Park, Ty. Removing a shade structure used by families, not just undesirables, is not going to fix the illegal gambling and homeless issues at that park. This monument will attract more undesirables with the big new place to hide. Vietnamese neighbors living adjacent to this park have already said they do not want this thing there. It would greatly reduce their quality of life in their neighborhood and in their park. No to Freedom Park. The war memorial there is beautiful and honors all who fought and died in the Vietnam War. Don't dilute it any further. Yes to Westminster Memorial Park per staff's feasibility study and over 100 public comments. No city resources needed to maintain or repair the monument and no liability to the city for bodily injury, vandalism, or parking complaints. And you won't be stealing any more of our park space intended for fun and recreation, not war and death monuments. The Memorial Park would provide a safe and secure location with 24-hour security, ample parking, and event flexibility. Vice Mayor Manzo has actually listened to staff in the community, and the rest of you better do the same and leave our parks alone. Councilwoman Ho, item 5.2, do you really think, wherever you are, that a judge will rule against the foundation in court because of a letter their attorney wrote in response to your agenda item? They are suing for monetary damages, not to uproot their monument in San Jose and bring it back down here. Council, listen up. If you approve this humongous monument going into any city park, you are handing a court victory to the foundation. The only flaw of their monument is no mention of the U.S., but the size and design are much more palatable than this eyesore. Item 6.1, the city manager spending limits is in nearby comparable cities is only 50,000, so no to 100,000, yes to 75,000, or leaving it alone at 50,000. Item 6.2 is a new recognition and proclamation policy needed because Mayor Ta has repeatedly issued official commendations written in Vietnamese to his friends and donors who have not contributed to Westminster at all. November can't come soon enough. Ta-ta-ta. Item 6.3, why was Mayor Ta added to Councilman Nguyen's resolution in the staff report? A continued item should have the same staff report. Mr. City Attorney, you don't put the word resolved in section 1 of what the council resolves to do, as it is in Councilman Doe's resolution. I prefer Doe's over Nguyen's because it's more consistent with State Assembly Resolution 116. Nguyen's is too wordy in bad form and reaches into areas that this council has no jurisdiction over. Ironic, isn't it? The 3 council members bringing forth these communist resolutions are the same 3 that tried to prevent us from exercising our constitutional right to vote. Speaking of which, Councilman Nguyen admitted that he did not vote to put a tax measure on the ballot at the August 10th meeting because he was afraid he would not get the GOP nomination or endorsement for mayor. Seriously, he was willing to risk the survival of our city, our police department, city services, and staff, and our right to vote just to get a campaign endorsement. Same with Mayor Ta. That is so effed up. Then they act like friggin' heroes on August 12th when they finally agreed to put it on the ballot, but insisted on a sunset date again. Councilman Doe still refused to vote. His political career is over. Cut off or stop your attack dogs, Ty. Calling me racist and worse because I denounced you publicly after supporting you fervently for 3 years is total BS. You have reached a new low, Ty, using the same divisive tactics as the former Gang of 3. Right now, for mayor, I am a no vote with 4 bad choices before me. If I could vote in District 1, it would be for John Tintel. District 4, Terry Vu Nguyen. The only sure vote for all of us in November, yes on Measure Y. Vote yes
Time is
on
up.
Y. Yes on Y. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Mariscal, followed by Moses Castillo and Michael Varengia.
Good evening. Terry's a hard act to follow. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Ho, Charlie, Ty, Chief, ladies, officers, Deborah Devora Mariscal. Thank you, Councilwoman Ho and Vice Mayor Manzo for supporting what is now Measure Y. Really, really appreciate that. Getting the residents the right to vote on that, which is fabulous, and I really, really appreciate that. Mayor Ta and Councilor Nguyen, thank you for supporting and voting to let the residents vote on this, although it was at the very last minute. Mayor Ta, didn't you do that in 2016? I think so. I think it was the very last meeting. Seems kind of odd. After so many of us came forward and wanted the right to vote, and you waited until the very, very last minute. Sounds like the Messiah complex to me. You know what that is? That's like when Batman comes in and rushes in to save Gotham City at the very end. I would like to think that your intentions and your motives were pure, but somehow it just doesn't ring true to me. Especially since later that day of that Friday, allegedly, you were both on Vietnamese TV talking about how we would never go bankrupt because there were ARPA funds available, allegedly. ARPA funds are very specific in what they are to be applied for. And yes, I did look it up. Anyway, I'm glad that Measure Y is on the ballot. I'll be getting out and talking to neighbors who don't attend meetings or keep up with as Westminster turns, so they are aware of what could potentially happen to our city. Now, God forbid Measure Y doesn't pass, or at least for the first months of the year, Westminster will not have that revenue coming in. What ideas and plans do you have to help bring in that loss of revenue to the city? You've all been on the council long enough, have been advised of our financial cliff. How can we get out of this mess? What are your plans to get us through this? Do all businesses in the cities have current business licenses? Are all the businesses paying their fair share of sales tax? Are we receiving the share of property taxes that we are entitled to? Where are we regarding our homeless situation? I believe that CityNet is no longer being used, but we have at least one police officer dedicated to homelessness. Isn't that right? Just want to see where we are on that. Now on to more serious topics. This past week, Queen Elizabeth of England passed away. It's been amazing to watch the United Kingdom come together to honor Her Majesty. And this past Sunday, as the city manager mentioned, we remembered our country being under a terrorist attack, 9/11/2001. And people came together, helped one another, grieved together as 3,000 people lost their lives that horrible day. And Flight 93, though they chose to fight back and probably saved a lot of other lives while losing their own. Let's roll! That'll always mean something different to me now. But here we are in Westminster. We are a city divided because of a monument, a battle fought in another country with many soldiers, Vietnamese and American, who gave life and limbs during that war. A monument that has taken up precious time in these meetings, in my opinion, for possible political gain. Again, my opinion and my perception. I do not doubt that there are many who would like to have this in our city, and there are many of us that would not like it here. We have monuments, we have very little park space. For those of you that want it, then take responsibility for it and put it on private land. The city should not be responsible for liability and upkeep on this, and especially under our current financial circumstances. And if any of you on the council made promises about this, putting it on public land, you should rescind those promises and pay attention to all of us. You need to represent all of us, not just a certain select. And now for me, I'm going back to the Citizens Academy offered by our police department. Thank you.
Next speaker is Moses Castillo, followed by Michael Berengia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Moses Castillo. I've been a resident of the City of Westminster for the last three decades. And I'm here to speak to you about the Quan Tree Monument. I support the idea of the monument. However, I do not support the idea that it's going to be paid by the city or taxpayer money. It should be placed in a private land, and the city council and the mayor should be advocating or facilitating by maybe reaching out to private investors for that project. So I'm asking you to vote no on 5.1 and vote no on 5.2. And I'm going to keep it very brief, and I'm asking the people of Westminster to vote yes on Measure Y. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. We're back here again. Seems like just last month we were talking about the same topic, and that's the Quang Tree Memorial. I'm urging you, put this thing to rest. If you absolutely need to have it in our city, Westminster Memorial Park has offered to have an area over where they're at. And as one of the previous speakers talked about, there's security there. It's a nice open area. It's not going to detract from our limited park space that we already have. Sid Goldstein Park is cramped already. We've already got 3 memorials over there. We've got the large one and the 2 smaller ones. We don't need another gigantic memorial put in that park. Let's go to Westminster Memorial Park. Let's put it there. The public, any members of the public that wish to go over there can see this, especially I understand it's supposed to be for the Vietnamese community and especially the veterans that live in our city that fought in Vietnam. I served during that war. The first ship I was on was due to go over there in September of '69. The only thing that changed is she'd been there in '67 and '68, and they felt that the newer ships were more suited to that mission. I would have been over there. I have friends that are on that memorial in Washington, D.C. My wife and I went to school with a number of them who never came back from that horrid war. I get that this is important to a certain segment of the Vietnamese community. I don't know how many of the younger generation understand what went on. They know that their families lived here, but they were born in this country. I don't even know if they really understand anything that took place back at that time. But my generation, the men and women of my generation know. We can tell you where we were at when it started, and we can tell you where we were at when Saigon fell. But I'm urging you, let's not drag this along. Let's not put it on the public, on the taxpayers of Westminster to have to support this thing for upkeep, repairs, vandalism. We're already cramped on our park space because of the homeless that camp out there. Every morning I get up and go to work. You can see where the encampments are. Even on the weekends, I get up early. And I'm amazed at some of the large encampments that I see out there, some that I hadn't realized were there because they're so well hidden behind bushes. That's another problem that you guys really need to be addressing and not quibbling about this memorial. Let's either put it over in Westminster Memorial Park or leave it up in San Jose with them. They want it up there. Just leave that thing up there and let's go about our business. Let's take care of our city first. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sando, followed by Anthony Nguyen.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Trita, Vice Mayors Calamenzos, and City Council Kimberly Ho, and the Council Taido, and Charlie Nguyen, and all the city officials and all present guests. My name is Sando, a voter of Westminster City. Today, I come here to express myself, my concern about the Quan Tree Monument. Đây là tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị của những người lính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, chứ không phải là lính Cộng sản. Bởi thế cho nên không có lý do nào mà quý vị không ủng hộ tượng đài này. Theo phong tục tập quán của Việt Nam, tượng đài được dựng lên để vinh danh những anh hùng đã vị quốc vong thân. Và tượng đài đó phải được đặt nơi công viên hay đường phố để nêu lên tấm gương sáng cho mọi người chiêm ngưỡng và noi theo. Nếu tượng đài này mà đặt trong nghĩa trang thì đó là một sỉ nhục lớn lao cho những chiến sĩ đã hy sinh cho tự do, cho Tổ quốc. Xin quý vị đồng lòng chấp thuận một nơi công viên để an vị tượng đài này, để chúng tôi và các thế hệ mai sau được dễ dàng thăm viếng, thờ phượng mà nói lên lòng tri ân đến những anh hùng đã liều thân chiến đấu để bảo vệ tự do cho mọi người dân. Tôi xin chân thành cảm ơn quý vị.
My name is Sơn Đỗ. I'm a resident of the city of Westminster, and I'm here tonight to express my concern regarding the Quantry Monument. The Quantry Monument is a monument to honor the victory by South Vietnamese soldier and not communist soldier. And because of that, there's no reasons why you should not throw your support behind this. Vietnamese tradition and history call for the placement of the monument to honor those who sacrificed their life. And so because of that, it should be placed at a public park or a public street so that it can serve as an example and it can be, and so people can come and honor and worship. This monument, if you are to place it in a cemetery, that would be an insult to the sacrifice of those who have sacrificed their life for freedom and for country. Please approve the placement of the monument at a public park so that us, and later generation can come to visit, to make our offering, to honor, as well as to express our gratitude to those who have sacrificed their life for freedom. Again, thank you, and with sincere gratitude.
Yeah, this is a freedom defending symbolism. I heard about a lot of people oppose about freedom defending symbolism, not to put in the public. So let's imagine that this country have a no freedom defending soldier. So you know what happened to this country. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anthony Nguyen, followed by Tim Hogan.
Chào tất cả quý vị. Tôi Anthony Nguyễn, ngụ tại Los Angeles, California, là một cựu sĩ quan biệt kích dù của lực lượng đặc biệt Việt Nam. Tôi đã hoạt động cùng các chiến sĩ của Liên đoàn 5 lực lượng đặc biệt Hoa Kỳ thi hành các công tác đặc biệt trong chương trình hành quân mang tên Delta. Chiến thắng tại Quảng Trị là một niềm hãnh diện cho quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Theo truyền thống văn hóa lịch sử của Việt Nam, các tượng đài vinh danh chiến sĩ và các tiền nhân đều được đặt tại những thành phố quan trọng như tượng Trần Hưng Đạo, tượng đài chiến sĩ vô danh, tượng cảnh sát quốc gia, tượng thủy quân lục chiến hay tượng biệt động. Các tượng đài trên đều được xây cất tại các địa điểm quan trọng, không gần các nghĩa trang tư nhân dân sự để giữ được ý nghĩa cao cả của nó. Các tượng đài đã làm đẹp thêm các công viên trở thành những di tích lịch sử, lôi cuốn du khách, tăng thêm lợi tức cho địa phương. Không lý do gì mà tượng đài này không được đặt trong khuôn viên của thành phố. Có được một vị trí xứng đáng cho tượng đài này không là một đòi hỏi quá đáng, mà là yêu cầu chính đáng của cộng đồng người Việt. Khi tiền xây dựng tượng đài do chính chúng tôi quyên góp và đã đóng góp rất nhiều để có những lợi ích cho tất cả sắc dân và ngân quỹ cho thành phố. Và chúng tôi muốn những công hiến to lớn sẽ được trả lại bằng những tiện ích vừa phải. Xin cảm ơn tất cả quý vị.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Nguyen. I am a resident of Los Angeles, California. I am a former officer and also airborne ranger of the Vietnam Special Force. I serve along with the 5th U.S. Special Force carrying out Operation Delta. The country victory served as a proud moment for the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. According to Vietnamese culture and history, monument to honor those who make the ultimate sacrifice should be placed at prime location in the city. We have the monument for General Trần Hưng Đạo. We have the monument for the unknown soldier. We have monument to honor the Vietnam police person, as well as monument for the Marine Corps. All of these monuments are placed at prime location in the city. They were not placed in the cemetery, or private cemetery. The placement signify or the ideal that the monument remind us of. They beautify the public part and make the public part a historical site, plus attracting tourists and also bringing revenue to the city. So there's no reason why we should not place this monument at a public part. This request here is not too much to make this request here, because we have raised the funds for the monument and we have made a lot of contribution, and this is going to bring revenue as well as it serve the city and all of its people, regardless of their skin color or race.
I want to add that with the tremendous contribution of the community, Vietnamese community, we ask for the fair share of privilege from the county and from the city. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tim Hogan, followed by Man Van.
Mayor Ta, council members, city staff, good evening. My name is Tim Hogan. I've been a resident of Westminster for over 35 years. I rise to speak with you this evening about the proposed concrete monument and its place in the world. I blame the movies and John Wayne. Whatever it may prove to be in the fullness of time, something warped the American mind this past century to cause it to believe not so much that its soldiers are superior to the rest, that's a belief common in many countries, but that our enemies and even our friends are weak, indeed inferior. This blend of hubris and false bravado has been the cause of many a Yahoo's untimely end. Unfortunately, this attitude is most prevalent among those who never saw battle, the sunshine patriots who puff themselves and not the warrior, who are quick to see the causes of failure, not in a collective sense, but as a fault of the shortcomings of our allies. When I returned from the war, all those many years ago, I embarked upon a course of discovery to make sense for myself of all that had happened in those faraway lands. The deeper I delved, the greater my appreciation for the bravery and sacrifices of the ARVN forces, an attitude mirrored in much of the literature I read. For truly there has been a reassessment of ARVN in the years since those helicopters departed the embassy, a reappraisal of all three sides in that convoluted war. Which brings me to today and the place for such public recognition here. For myself, the original Vietnam Veterans Memorial on the Mall in Washington, D.C. perfectly encapsulates the war's place in the American psyche. A jagged black scar on the landscape, a litany of the dead, a paean to our collective loss. So it was trepidation I first visited the memorial at the Freedom Park some years ago. I was there on a photography assignment. But where I came expecting to find schmaltz, I discovered so much more. It's an impressive monument. Standing together, shoulder to shoulder, the two figures embody the cooperation and hope that infused so many of the warriors from that time. Truly an impressive sight, and there is room there for yet other remembrances. Even today, our nation is engaged in efforts that may one day be memorialized there, as we all, Americans together, strive to make our world a better place. I ask, however, that you not diminish the existing monument to our collective struggle by dwarfing it with an edifice all out of proportions to the rest. Do not embarrass the soldiers of Quang Tri by placing them in a light that draws too many baneful stares, a slight of comparison that places their good deeds in the light of greater glory than the collective whole. Their glory should be recognized, no doubt, but their monument must be matched by its surroundings and not detract from other recognitions. The monument is out of proportion to the city. There is no ready place in our municipality for such an imposing edifice. Parks in the city are far too small, and if placed there, the monument will be rendered cartoonish in its proportions. Only in the Memorial Park will the surroundings match the purpose. Only there will it receive its lasting due respect. Like the original memorial on the mall, I wish the design had been let out for public input. In such a scenario, the events would be venerated through the lens of history and gratitude. For it is, unfortunately, a truism that old men look back on life and remember it more fondly than it was lived. I hope the Quang Tri Committee will continue its efforts, for this monument should only be a beginning. They should invest in history. Make certain the proper books and films are made available for the younger generations. Sit with the young and provide, while they can, a lasting oral history of their deeds. Teach their children well, for few will remember hard stone and cold bronze, while a smile and a laughing eye will bear witness in the memory of in memory the rest of every child's life. Thank you.
Next speaker is Man Van, followed by Kenny Wong.
Council member, staff, good evening. After a long day, busy at work, you timelessly and attentively listen to your citizen. I admire your dedication. Some may say it comes with territory. I say it comes with the job. The job that the people of the city entrust in each of you for your leadership. This city and her residents will greatly benefit from your action, your decision, especially when the issue are controversial. This country, this city, strong not because her homogeneously society, but the strength are in the different. So every public issue is controversial in its nature, especially when we work with specific culture. Too many of us, Vietnamese American, cemetery are a special place. We offer visit to grief, to ease the feeling of absence of the loved one. It is a private affair. It is more a personal place. But we also have another special place to honor, to express our grateful to our fallen American soldier as well as Vietnamese soldier. The one that paid the ultimate price for our freedom. What a heroic act. What a patriot lesson. Besides, the monument would be a great tourist attraction. It is a wonderful remembrance. It is an important cultural heritage, passes down from this generation to the next. It is a connect to the past, will generate interest in future for the young. On its own merit, monument deserve a special place in our heart, a special place in this city. They fight for freedom. They deserve in the freedom part. Please be sensitive and take it to your heart when you make decisions. Your time are so valuable. Sitting idle, inactive would be a huge loss to the city, to her people, and to the next generation. As always, we trust your leadership. We respect your uncandid decision. And thank you for the opportunity and your time. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, the Vietnam vet. Thank you, Bob.
The next speaker is Kenny Wong, followed by Quan Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor Tita, Vice Mayor Colomanzo, and all the City Council and Westminster City staffs. Tôi là Kenny Hoàng, cư dân Westminster đã 40 năm, kể từ năm 1982. Là Phó Chủ tịch Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài, cũng là trưởng tiểu ban gây quỹ xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị. Thưa tất cả quý vị, trước hết, tôi và gia đình luôn ủng hộ mạnh mẽ việc duy trì một sinh tác để thành phố Westminster có đủ ngân quỹ duy trì lực lượng cảnh sát và chữa lửa, cũng như có tài chánh để điều hành nhiều công việc quan trọng của thành phố, tránh đưa đến tình trạng phá sản của thành phố Westminster trong tương lai gần. Điều thứ hai, tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị là biểu tượng lịch sử giá trị cao quý về mọi mặt, nói lên sự kiện của trận chiến khốc liệt và đẫm máu nhất của cuộc chiến Việt Nam mà quân dân cánh chính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, Hoa Kỳ và người dân tỉnh Quảng Trị đã chiến đấu anh dũng và hy sinh quá nhiều cho trận tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị năm 1972. Do vậy, với truyền thống văn hóa từ trước đến nay đối với dân tộc Việt Nam, thì một tượng đài biểu tượng cho sự vinh danh và tri ân những người đã hy sinh vì đại cuộc thì không thể đặt trong công viên Nghĩa Trang hay là một nơi kế bên được. Mong quý vị thấu hiểu vấn đề để có một quyết định cho tượng đài có một nơi thích hợp. Trân trọng cảm ơn và lời chúc sức khỏe tốt lành đến với mọi người hôm nay. Kenny Hoàng.
My name is Kenny Huang, and I have been a resident of the city of Westminster for 40 years, since 1982. I am the vice chairman of the Quan Tri Monument Committee, and also serve as the chair of the fundraising subcommittee for the construction of the Quan Tri Monument. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, my family and I have always strongly supported maintaining the 1 cent tax exemption so that the city of Westminster has sufficient fund to maintain the police and firefighter force, as well as to have the finance to run many of the city's important services and to avoid bankruptcy. Second, the Quang Monument is a historical symbol of noble value in all aspects that speak to the event of the fiercest and bloodiest battle of the Vietnam War that the Republic of South Vietnam, the United States Armed Forces, and the people of Quang Tri fought valiantly and make uncountable sacrifice for the retaking of that city. Therefore, please note that according to Vietnamese tradition and Vietnamese culture, a monument to honor and to pay tribute to those who died for their country should be placed at a public park and not a cemetery. It should be placed at a public park where people could come to learn and to pay respect. We believe our seniors here have the right to use the park too, and that's why we want to use our park space. I hope you understand this issue and to make a decision to approve that the monument be placed at a public park, which is the appropriate place that it should be. With sincere gratitude and wishing you good health, Kenny Wang.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
The next speaker is Quan Nguyen, followed by Hillary Wong.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council and City staff. My name is Quan Nguyen. I'm a practicing physician in Orange County, director of the Museum of the Republic Vietnam. I have a master in military history, and I'm here on behalf of the Quang Tri Monument Committee to ask you to put aside your political differences and vote for the appropriate location for the monument, because this agenda has been stretched out too long and has made it very difficult for our private fundraising. And I ask you to consider 3 important issues when casting your vote tonight. Number 1, the cultural importance of the Quang Tri Monument. As Vietnamese Americans make up a large portion of the Westminster population, and the war, although long ago, still have a lingering effects on our families. In our culture, we always teach our children to respect the elders and take pride in our heritage while assimilating to the American culture. We believe that the Quang Tri Victory Monument will be a place for young families to come to celebrate and to rejoice our proud heritage on the weekend. It needs to be in a nice green public park for family picnics and with easy access to the city center. It should not be hidden in a gloomy cemetery, out of view and too scary for young children to visit. Number 2, the economic implication of Quang Tri Monument. We, the committee, believe that the Quang Tri Monument, because of its beautiful design and grand scale, will attract many visitors from all over the world to the city of Westminster. These visitors will surely spend money in local restaurants, shops, and hotels. Putting the monument in a nice public park will attract many visitors, but not in a cemetery. Number 3, the historical significance of the Quang Tri Monument. Many here have totally misunderstood the meaning of this monument. It is a victory monument for both South Vietnam and the United States. In 1972, we were winning the war in Vietnam. South Vietnam had just defeated a major communist invasion, and Americans were happy to return home with peace and honor. It was a rare time in a war that made a lot of sense. For all those veterans who believed that the war was justified to help defend and build South Vietnam, this monument will restore their honor. No more will they think that the war was unwinnable. No more will we let the communists destroy our history. So please kindly cast your vote and remember that your name and what you do tonight will affect generations to come in our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hillary Wong, followed by Robert Harrison.
Chào ông thị trưởng, ông phó thị trưởng và tất cả nghị viên thành phố Westminster và tất cả nhân viên làm việc ở đây, rất là vui để gặp lại quý vị. Không biết quý vị có khỏe không à?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the entire City Council members, as well as everyone here today. It's been a while. How are you doing tonight?
Xin cảm ơn quý vị. Thưa quý vị, hôm nay lại gặp quý vị một lần nữa, rất là vui. Mà gặp quý vị, không biết quý vị có vui khi gặp cái mặt của tôi không? Nhưng mà vui hay không vui thì bữa nay mình cũng đứng đây được nói chuyện với quý vị. Tôi rất là nhớ quý vị đó.
I'm happy to see you all tonight. I don't know if you are happy to see my face here, but whatever the case is, I'm glad that I'm here to address you, to be in front of you to address you tonight.
Dạ cảm ơn. Bây giờ tôi xin vô thẳng cái đề là thứ nhất là hôm nay tôi đến đây để tôi có nói về tượng đài cổ thành Quảng Trị.
I'll go straight to the point. I'm here tonight to talk about the Quang Monument.
Như quý vị đã hiểu qua về lịch sử là một trận chiến mà quân dân Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, đồng bào tỉnh Quảng Trị và lực lượng Hoa Kỳ đã yểm trợ phi pháo, hải pháo tích cực và mạnh mẽ để chúng ta tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị năm 1972.
As you have already known, the battle to retake the Quang Citadel is a historical battle that the people of Quang Tri, the soldier of the South Vietnamese, of the Republic of Vietnam, as well as U.S. forces with their artillery support, naval artillery, so that we could retake that Anson Citadel in 1972.
Thưa quý vị, họ đã chiến đấu rất anh dũng và hy sinh khốc liệt nhất trong cuộc chiến Việt Nam thời bấy giờ. Và việc xây dựng một tượng đài để vinh danh và tri ân những người đã hy sinh là điều rất xứng đáng và chúng ta nên làm.
They have fought valiantly and made uncountable sacrifice to retake the city, and so because of that, we should have a monument to honor and to express our gratitude to those who have made the sacrifice. This is something that we need, and we should do.
Và như là truyền thống về văn hóa của nền văn hóa dân tộc Việt Nam thì cái tượng đài vừa đẹp, vừa có ý nghĩa, vừa lịch sử thì không thể nào để trong một cái công viên nghĩa trang và hay là để sát cái bên cạnh công viên nghĩa trang được.
So if we talk about Vietnamese culture and tradition, once we have a memorial that is as beautiful as this memorial, that is meaningful, it should not be placed at a cemetery or next to a cemetery like the Westminster Memorial Park.
Tôi mong rằng quý vị nhận định và thấu hiểu sâu xa hơn để có một quyết định tốt nhất cho một nơi thích hợp để đặt tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị.
I sincerely hope that you recognize this so that you could come to a good decision to have the placement of the Quang Tri Monument at an appropriate at a place that is appropriate for the monument.
Thưa quý vị, cũng như là thường cái gì đẹp thì chúng ta show ra, cũng như tất cả quý vị ở đây người nào cũng vừa đẹp trai vừa đẹp gái, quý vị show cho chúng tôi thấy, và quý vị rất là thông minh, quý vị làm việc cho cái cư dân thành phố Westminster này. Rất là cảm ơn quý vị một lần nữa, là tôi rất là nói tiếng cảm ơn quý vị, luôn luôn là tôi nhớ ơn quý vị.
So if we have something good, something that's nice, we want to showcase it. Just like you, lady and gentlemen on the council here, you are good-looking gentlemen and good-looking women. you want to showcase that. I always want to. I have always supported you, and I want to thank you for serving the people of the city of Westminster.
Dạ, thưa quý vị, còn phần thứ hai á, là quý vị có biết không? Tới giờ phút này tôi vẫn đi làm, tôi vẫn đóng thuế cho chính phủ. Đã gần 40 năm tôi là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi rất là vui để mà tôi góp một bàn tay về thuế má. Quý vị có biết không? Tôi đi làm về, tôi bóc phone tôi gọi, tôi nhắn bạn bè tôi, làm ơn, ủng hộ việc duy trì 1 cent thuế để chúng ta không phải mất cái lực lượng cảnh sát, không phải mất cái lực lượng sở cứu hỏa của thành phố. Những người đó là họ đã giúp cho chúng ta được an toàn sống ở trong cái thành phố này. Tôi gọi phone, quý vị biết tôi gọi rồi tôi đếm thử là biết bao nhiêu người không? Ít xìu có gần khoảng 200 người thôi. Mà tiền phone đó thì tôi phải trả, quý vị thấy không? Tôi cố gắng để mà tôi ủng hộ cái thành phố của mình không có bị không có bị cái gì à? Không có bị mất cái cảnh sát và sở cứu hỏa.
So the second thing is, you know what? I am still working as of now. I've been working for more than 40 years to pay tax, and I also support the extensions of the 1 cent sales tax so that the city can have revenue, can keep all the service, maintain all the service. And you know what? I work and I come home and I call all my friends to ask them to support the 1 cent sales tax extension. I call more than 200 people, and guess what? I have to pay for the phone bill. But I supported that because that would give the city the revenue necessary to maintain all the services and to maintain our police forces as well as the firefighters to keep our city safe.
Thưa quý vị, tôi rất là cảm ơn một lần nữa. Tôi mong rằng ngày hôm nay quý vị nghe và quý vị sẽ cho một cái kết quả là chúng tôi sẽ được một cái chỗ mà để cái tượng đài cổ thành Quảng Trị. Và một lần nữa phải nói rất là nhiều lần là tôi rất là cảm ơn quý vị. Tôi cảm ơn rất là nhiều. Mong rằng ngày hôm nay chúng tôi không muốn làm phiền mất nhiều thời giờ của quý vị đâu. Nhưng mà chúng tôi mong rằng hôm nay quý vị sẽ cho một cái kết quả, cho nó có một cái chỗ để cho chúng tôi biết rằng chúng tôi sẽ có một cái chỗ để cho tượng đài ngồi, để cho người ta chiêm ngưỡng, người ta ủng hộ. Nhưng mà quý vị nhớ nhìn cái tượng đài rất là đẹp. Thành ra quý vị, tôi nghĩ rằng quý vị không có để vô một cái chỗ nào nó không xứng đáng. Thì mong rằng quý vị hiểu và quý vị cho một cái kết quả. Một lần nữa tôi kính chúc tất cả quý vị mà thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và những người nghị viên ở đây được dồi dào sức khỏe, và những gì quý vị ước mong cái kỳ bầu cử này, tôi mong rằng quý vị sẽ đạt được như ý. Xin kính chào quý vị.
So once again, I would like to express my gratitude, and I hope that you would come to the right decision to place the monument at a place that it deserves. I want to wish all of you good health so that you can make a good decision for the city.
Mong rằng quý vị cái ứng cử này quý sẽ được đạt như ý.
And I wish all of you success in the upcoming election seasons.
Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Ta, Vice Mayor Mansell, the rest of the City Council, staff, and the Westminster PD. Here we are, still deliberating over placement, the expenses to be incurred by a near bankrupt city, indecision over sales tax and senseless return of the Quantry Monument from San Jose. This action by the City Council caused an unnecessary lawsuit. It is rumored the City Council will further burden the city with placement being pushed off to after the elections. All the facts are in to make a decision. Do not put placement off for each of your own political careers, hoping to get a favorable decision of Freedom Park or a public park against all reasons and all of the citizens of Westminster. The Quantry Committee, expected to life of 6 to 8 weeks, was tasked with the depiction display to be historically accurate, and it is not, open to the general public, and it was not, to honor American and South Vietnamese heroes that were actually there, and we compromised. What we got was a committee that ran amok, commandeering authority to demand placement in a public park with cost to the city. A lawsuit that may cost the city more than $100,000, then sticking the city with annual maintenance costs starting at $6,500 per year, liabilities for repair and replacements, damages due to vandalism, liability for personal injury and lawsuits, increase in Westminster PD surveillance. With the SS measure on the ballot, there is still a road to climb to get out of bankruptcy. I'd like to see the Quantry members pushing the Quantry Monument in Freedom Park and public parks look at and understand the lawsuit that is facing us, understand the real cost to the city for the Quantry Monument that they have. No small special interest group that does not represent the best interest of the citizens of Westminster should subject the city to financial collapse. Say something of the financial drain that this monument is having. The Quantry Committee voted on Westminster Park before we knew the enormous size of the depiction display, 30 foot, 40 foot, 21 foot high, whatever. The Quantry Committee and some of the city council members said no to Freedom Park from inception, but it must have been a ruse. We don't need another monument in Freedom Park. That monument there represents all countries and all battles. The Parks Commission in all their meetings had votes of 100 to 1 against placement in any public park. That was Vietnamese, Spanish, and all other ethnicities. They spoke. We don't need to take away our precious private public park land. The American Vietnam veterans have sided with the majority of the citizens against any public park placement because we heard their heartfelt presentations. The council should not ignore the majority. I said this before, but there's one among you that has shown continued integrity, intelligence, logic, holding the council together for the city's best interest, Vice Mayor Manzo. For those that don't see what's best for the citizens and the city, it was mentioned to cheers that you should step down. Do not put off placement for your own political careers and the small special interest group. The invocation by Charlie tonight, it's the way we should be thinking for the people, for the citizens of your city. Arguments against placing the Quantry Monument in Westminster Memorial Park, a perfect location as a place for the dead, are unfounded. I've heard this from so many people. The Quantry Monument belongs on private land down Bolsa. Start a historical and cultural district at no cost to the city of Westminster for its protection. The best place is Westminster Memorial Park. It's a given. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mai Nguyen, followed by Viet Youth Media.
Kính chào thị trưởng Tạ Đức Chí. Good evening, Vice Mayor Mancho Carlos. Nghị viên Kimberly Hồ. Nghị viên Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí. Nghị viên Tài Đỗ. Cùng tất cả các thành viên trong Hội đồng thành phố Westminster. Tôi tên là Xuân Mai. Hôm nay tôi xin thưa về một việc hết sức quan trọng, đó là phong tục tập quán văn hóa của người Việt Nam. Qua biết bao thế hệ, những người lính như cha ông, chú bác của chúng tôi đã ra chiến trường bảo vệ non sông, đất nước, xông pha mặt trận khói lửa, quên thân mình và đã tử trận hy sinh vì Tổ quốc. Chúng tôi là con, là cháu luôn nhớ đến những anh linh chiến sĩ oai hùng, hào kiệt đã hy sinh xương máu, và để ghi nhớ những chiến sĩ đã hy sinh vì hai chữ Tổ quốc. Bức tượng lịch sử cắm cờ trên cổ thành Quảng Trị, tái chiếm trên cổ thành, không thể và không bao giờ quên đi được. Đó là một lịch sử. Và xin các ông, xin quý vị hãy nghĩ đến những anh linh chiến sĩ đó và mong rằng đừng để họ vào một nơi nghĩa trang, một nơi mà chúng tôi không thể đến để thắp một ngón nhang, một nén hương. Kính thưa thị trưởng, thưa phó thị trưởng Carlos, cùng các nghị viên, hãy nghĩ đến phong tục ngàn đời của người Việt Nam. Những anh linh chiến sĩ Việt Nam đã nằm xuống, đừng bao giờ để họ vào nằm trong nghĩa trang. Và làm ơn, xin đừng, please, đừng để họ go in the Westminster Memorial Park. Tôi xin chân thành cảm ơn đến tất cả các quý vị, các thị trưởng, Vice President và các quý vị trong thành phố Westminster. Chân thành xin cảm ơn.
Good evening, Mayor Rita, Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, City Council Member Kimberly Hall, City Council Member Charlie Nguyen, and City Council Member Tai Do. My name is Sun Mai. I'm here tonight to talk about an important tradition and Vietnamese custom. Throughout generation, our forebear have fought to protect our country. They rush toward danger, they risk their life, and some of them make the ultimate sacrifice, all for country. As their descendant, we want to pay tribute to the sacrifice that was made. And again, the word is country. The country monument with depictions of the flag being raised on the ancient citadel is something that is significant, that is meaningful, and it should not be placed at a cemetery. Mayor Ta, Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, and the entire City Council member, please consider these 1,000-year-long tradition, these Vietnamese 1,000-year-long tradition, that you should not dishonor the memory of those who have laid out their life by placing the monument in a cemetery. Please do not dishonor their memory and place the monument at Westminster Memorial Park. With sincere gratitude to all of you on the council. Thank you.
I'll need a translator. Thank you. Xin chào Hội đồng thành phố.
Good evening, City Council or the entire City Council.
ông cảnh sát trưởng, bà tổng quản trị cũng như luật sư thành phố.
Our police chief, our city manager, as well as city staff.
Tối nay tôi muốn nói về cái đề tài issue tượng đài.
Tonight, I would like to talk about the Quantry Monument.
Mặc dù từ trước đến giờ tôi không có ý kiến cũng như không có muốn bàn về cái đề tài này.
Even though up to now I have from no opinion, I have not want to discuss this issue.
Tôi biết lúc nào cũng có những ý kiến trái ngược hoặc bất đồng.
I know that there will always be opposing viewpoint, for or against.
Qua những lời phát biểu của cư dân thành phố Westminster, tôi có thể thông cảm cũng như hiểu được cái tâm tư và chọn lựa của họ.
So seeing or hearing the opinion expressed by the resident of the city of Westminster, I understand their take, I understand their viewpoint and their wishes.
Nhưng tôi muốn nói với quý vị thành viên hội đồng thành phố hôm nay.
But tonight I would like to address the city council.
Nghị viên Kimberly Hồ, tạm thời tôi chưa có ý kiến vì chủ ý của bà đã rõ khi bà vận động để hội đồng thành phố sẽ ủng hộ và thông qua kiến nghị của bà.
As to city council member Kimberly Hall, I don't have any
criticism
because
bà đã vận động để hội đồng thành phố sẽ ủng hộ và thông qua kiến nghị của bà trước sau như một, tức là không có sự thay đổi.
Because you have been consistent in your motion.
Tức là kêu gọi vận động mấy người này bỏ phiếu.
To ask for support for the monument.
Dạ, cái dự án xây dựng
for
trên đất công viên.
You have been consistent in your support as well as calling for support for the placement of the Quantry Monument at a public park.
Dạ, trước sau như một.
So you have been consistent.
Phần nghị viên Tài Đỗ cũng vậy. Theo tôi hiểu, ông ta sẽ ủng hộ xây dựng tượng đài trên đất công viên của thành phố.
Something with City Council member Taido, as I understand, he support the placement of the monument at public land, on public land.
Yes, trên cái công viên park.
At our public park.
Riêng nghị viên Carlos Manzo, theo tôi hiểu, ông là người đã làm thay đổi dự án, kế hoạch khi ông không ủng hộ an vị xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị trên đất công của thành phố Westminster.
As for Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, you are the one who changed everything. When you change your support and no longer supporting the placement of the Quantry Monument on public land or public park.
Tức là giống như cái deciding vote.
So you are the one who hold the deciding vote.
Nghị viên Kimberly Hồ cho rằng ông đã thất hứa, đã bỏ phiếu ngược lại với những gì mà cộng đồng người Mỹ gốc Việt tưởng rằng ông đã đồng ý với họ nếu không trực tiếp hứa với họ khi họ ủng hộ giúp ông vượt qua cuộc vận động đòi bãi nhiệm ông.
City Council member said that you have gone back on your word, or you have gone back on what you promised, if not directly, to the people in the Vietnamese community when they supported you in your fight against the recall.
Tức là ít nhất cộng đồng người Việt hiểu lầm, ít nhất là tưởng rằng ông ta hứa như vậy.
At least the Vietnamese community thought that you have made that promise to support them.
Tôi không trách ông, vì tôi hiểu tại sao ông phải làm như vậy. Ông có trách nhiệm với cử tri trong khu vực mà ông đại diện.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm not blaming you because I believe you have to do that because you owe or you are accountable to the people in your district who voted for you.
Yes. Ông có trách nhiệm phải lưu tâm và đáp ứng nguyện vọng của họ, tức là những người trong khu vực.
You have to be accountable to them. You are responsible to pay attention to their wishes as well as to serve their need.
Tôi chỉ có thắc mắc và bất bình với quyết định của hai ông Chí Tạ và Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí.
I just disagree and I have questions about the decisions by Mayor Arta and City Council member Chi Nguyen.
Hai ông tham gia thành lập Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị, tạm gọi là number one, số 1.
You participate in the first committee to build what I would call the first monument.
Yes. Cho dù là họ không cho phép hai ông tiếp tục đứng ra điều hành thực hiện dự án theo cách làm của mấy ông.
Even though they would not allow you to continue to serve and to carry out that project the way that you have wanted it.
Hay là đã từng thực hiện theo ý.
Or the way that you have done.
Yeah. Nhưng nếu hai ông thật sự tin rằng cộng đồng người Việt tị nạn Cộng sản muốn có một tượng đài để vinh danh quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa.
But if you sincerely believe that there should be a monument to honor the memory of the South Vietnamese or military forces or armed forces.
Yeah. Nếu hai ông thực sự muốn vinh danh quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa để tưởng niệm những anh hùng tử sĩ đã hy sinh tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị, nếu hai ông thật lòng muốn xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị như khi hai ông còn được tham gia điều hành, thì tại sao bây giờ hai ông lại bỏ phiếu chống dự án xây dựng tượng đài?
So if you sincerely want to honor and to pay tribute to the hero who lost their life for the retaken of the country citadel, if you sincerely want to build a monument, like when you were participating in the committee, then why are you two now casting your vote against the monument being built?
Té ra từ trước tới nay hai ông chỉ mị dân hô hào tổ chức xây dựng tượng đài để quyên tiền để kiếm phiếu.
So it turned out that you two have been fooling your residents, your voters, so that you can raise funds and also to obtain vote.
Tôi muốn xem hai ông xá viện cớ gì nữa để tiếp tục bỏ phiếu chống lại dự án xây dựng tượng đài mà trước đây hai ông từng to mồm quyên tiền gây quỹ.
I don't know what excuse you have now to continue to cast your vote against the building of the monument that you have previously support, that you were allow in your support to raise funds.
Không những vậy, giờ đây hai ông dù rằng trên danh nghĩa đã rút tên ra khỏi Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài số 1, nhưng vẫn chung chạ thấm thiết với những thành viên trong Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài số 1 đang đâm đơn kiện thành phố do hai ông đại diện. Tôi không hiểu hai ông nghĩ gì. What the hell are you thinking?
Even though on paper you two are no longer on the committee to build the country monument or the monument, the first monument, but you are still sharing the same bed with all the members of the first committee, and they are the one that are now suing the city, which you two are served to represent.
Không hiểu hai ông còn biết mắc cỡ, còn có liêm sỉ hay không?
I don't know what the hell you're thinking, and I don't know if you have any shame or.
Yeah, sorry, I have to finish in English. So if you still continue to use fake news, your henchman, Nam Quang, Trust Media Network, endorse him, meaning you endorse his action, and you'll be liable for his action. And I wish that we have free Wi-Fi here in the city hall area. Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Camila Overbeek.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I didn't plan on being here, and I'm having an allergic reaction, so bear with me. I'm here to speak on the Quang Tri Monument. It has clearly become a really divisive issue within the city. But upon looking at it and all of the parks that have been recommended, I did actually realize that there is one park that was overlooked, and that's Heritage Park. And many of you probably don't even know that Heritage Park exists. Heritage Park is directly behind the Chamber of Commerce building on the corner of Beach and Hazard. So perhaps that's something that we can look at and have staff review and do a study on to make sure that it's suitable, because perhaps that will appease the community if we're going to continue forward with this. So that's my suggestion, is to look at that. And the reason I say that is the community is no longer losing any green space. We're not actually impacting a park, because that park was turned into a parking lot long ago. And the only thing that really resides in that park are 2 park benches and some park pavers. And that might be a happy medium so that we can move forward on this and stop the divisiveness. So I do hope that this council will think about that and direct staff to perhaps prepare a report. That way we can move forward and stop wasting time and money on this issue. Thank you.
Mayor, at this time, we're going to switch over to Zoom participants. The first speaker that we have with their hand raised at this time is Amy Walsh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Hi. I wanted to, I've listened to all the speakers tonight, and, obviously I had my own stuff that I wanted to speak on. But I'd like to agree with Camilla on Heritage Park, because I didn't even think of that one before. I would also like to say that, we have so many people commenting tonight about the fact that, they don't want to waste city resources, et cetera, et cetera. Well, to me, that's the whole point. I would say that the council at this point needs to hold off on this completely, in my opinion, and wait until after the measure, hopefully, crossing fingers, knocking on wood, everything, gets voted in. And if that's the case, and the city doesn't go into financial ruin, then maybe that can be looked at after that. But I think right now it's irresponsibly, it's such an irresponsible idea to even think about doing this when we're putting that on the ballot for people to vote on, but we're going to go ahead and add this in right now. I feel like it should 100% wait until after the election, not because of political, whatever, but the fact that we want to make sure that our city can, move forward with the tax percentage, staying on and not going away. So to me, I feel like that's the fiscally responsible thing for anyone up on that council to do. And I personally would call that they do that. People are going to think whatever they're going to think, but, as a prior public servant, you need to do what's best for the city. And to me, that's what's best for the city. And because we also don't know who's going to be on the council after the fact either. So there's that at this point, the political, whatever is thrown out the window because of that whole election coming anyway. So to me, why not wait, make sure that our city can be fiscally solvent before we even go into monuments, because there's going to be more. People are going to bring more, it's just going to happen. Please just wait. I really feel like that's what should be done here. We all understand the importance. It's not not understanding the importance. It's not like people have said, going with the majority. It's none of that. It's the fact that to me, it's a fiscal issue. We should not be doing this while we are trying to stay afloat. And after the election, we'll know one way or the other where the city's going in regards to the tax measure. So I guess that's my pitch to the city council is just put it on the back shelf for now. And once we see which way we're going on the tax measure, then at that point, it can be brought back. So that's my 2 cents. That's all. Have a good night. And let's go fast tonight, shall we? Okay, that's it.
If there's anyone else wishing to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor, there are no other speakers wishing to raise their hand at this time. Just for the record, there were some comments that were submitted and placed on the website and our agenda, and that concludes oral communications.
All right, so thank you so much. With that, I close oral communication. Next, we have a consent calendar.
To approve.
Second.
We have the motion and second to approve the consent calendar. What happened?
Trying to speakers, maybe you have your auxiliary speakers out.
Right, so we have the motion and second to approve the consent calendar. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And that motion was to approve the consent calendar in its entirety as presented. The motion was made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Next, we have public hearings. I'd like to open the public hearing. So, please, no, hold on a second, please. City Clerk, can you read?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a public hearing, and anyone wishing to speak on the public hearing at this time may do so in person or via Zoom by stepping forward, letting us know, and raising your hand if it is via Zoom. Mayor, there were no...
Okay, so thank you so much. The first item of public hearing is fiscal year 21 to 22, consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. April.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. As mentioned, this is the public hearing item related to the fiscal year 21-22 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, commonly referred to as the CAPER. The city prepares this report because we receive Community Development Block Grant and home funds. At this point, I'd like to introduce Michael Sun, our housing specialist, who will provide a brief summary, and after which he and I will be available to answer any questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. The CAPER is an annual report the city is required to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, and it captures expenditures, accomplishments, and progress made on goals outlined in the city's approved 5-year consolidated plan. The CAPER also reflects activities undertaken in Westminster, which is also identified in the annual action plan, covering the periods of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. The draft CAPER was available for public review on August 26, 2002 for a minimum 15-day period on the city's website, as well as the City Hall's public counter. It's recommended that after conducting the public hearing, the mayor and city council approve the CAPER, inclusive of any public comments, and authorize the city manager to execute all required documents for transmittal to HUD by the September 28th deadline. And that concludes my report, and we're available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your report. All right, so council member, you have any question or concern for staff? I don't see any, so do we have any public comments?
If anyone wishes to speak at this time, Mayor, I don't have any hands raised and no.
All right,
no one
thank
here.
you so much. So close public comments, and may I have a motion and second?
Move to approve.
I have a question for staff, really.
All right, please.
So we use these funds, and what I'm really interested in is number 3, the purpose of CAPER is to provide the city with an opportunity to describe its successes in revitalizing deteriorated neighborhoods. So how much of that did we use towards that use? How much of that money?
So are you referring to the staff report on number 3?
Yes.
Okay. So there's different programs that addresses this need. So code enforcement's one of them. Our public facility improvement projects, such as park improvements, those things. So they all add up. So on an annual basis, starting in January, council approves different projects and programs to address those needs.
So over a period of, it's an annual thing?
Yes, correct.
Annual fund?
Yeah.
How much was it, how much did we receive from HUD for last year?
So for last year, our entitlement amount was roughly close to $1 million. And keep in mind that 15% is set aside for public services, 20% of that is for administration, and the remaining amount is for community development projects such as park improvements, code enforcement. And
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have another question before you leave.
Sure.
I noticed on some of the descriptions, some of the info is from further back. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a way that you couldn't just give us the council information of most recent successes and instead of just like, adding it all up from years past?
It's a HUD requirement. If there's open projects, such as some of our park improvement projects, it's required by HUD that we keep it into the report.
It seems to have a tendency of not just to, excuse me, kind of highlight past and, issues, successes from years past, and it kind of just makes the report seem like we're doing a lot, but, it's more recent is what we want to see.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. So essentially, it should capture any activities that have been undertaken for the past fiscal year, but we can certainly edit that down.
Yeah, I think that would be more helpful for
Okay.
not just the council, but for the community to see that.
Sure.
See that most recent.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, there is a motion and second on the floor, right? Am I correct? No?
The motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, there was no second.
I'll second it.
All right, we
Thank
have a
you.
motion and second now. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and that motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo, and that's to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 consolidated annual performance evaluation report, and to authorize city manager to transmit the CAPER to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, by September 28, 2022. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Second item is still a public hearing item, resolution to correct current water service rate for irrigation meters.
Move to approve.
Yeah, just a moment.
I think we need to have a staff report and then we.
I jumped the gun there.
Yeah, public hearing, yeah.
Yeah. Please.
Good evening, Mayor Todd, members of the council, city manager, city attorney. Before you tonight is a public hearing to revise Resolution 5035, which is the current water rate that was noticed to all customers and written into the resolution. What happened was we had omitted one of the meter sizes inadvertently from that report. In investigating it, all of the billing processes and the billing software were updated correctly. It simply wasn't noticed to the public with an 1.5 meter. That was the missing piece. It was also missed in the resolution, so we're just coming back to correct that so that it's complete.
And Mr. Miller, this only relates to irrigation meters, correct? Not residential. Wow, okay.
All right. So do we have any public comment? Oh, first, we have any question or concerns from members?
No.
Only correct. Okay. Any?
Thank you, Mayor. There were no members of the public wishing to speak at this time, and there are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so we don't have any member from the public who would like to speak, right? Am I correct?
No, Mayor.
All right. So it's up to City Council.
I think Councilmember Ho made a motion earlier.
Okay, so Councilmember Doe, second. Okay. We have a motion and a second, as recommended.
Thank you. That motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Doe, and that is to approve a rate correction to the current water rates for irrigation meters only and adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster amending Resolution Number 5035 and adopting administrative rules and regulations for the city water system pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code." Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen stepped out for a moment. Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0, and Councilmember Nguyen is absent.
All right. All right. Next, we have.
For the record, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Duly noted.
It's another yes vote. Okay.
Correct. So the final vote is 5-0, Mayor.
All right. So next we have, let's see. All right, we done public hearing item. Next we have regular business item. 5.1, continue from August 2022 meeting. Feasibility study for potential location of the Wang Ji Monument. So unless Member City Council would like to have a staff report, so this is the time for Member City Council to discuss and give direction.
Okay. May I go?
Do we need a staff report or no? It's up to the council.
No, I'm good.
Right?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a few comments. Okay, so, you know, we are all, as a city, all of us, we're trying to keep the bills paid and the lights on. And, you know, I focus on placing the measure on the ballot this November, and I thought my part was done. So now that measure is called Measure Y. But nope, I'm wrong. I do love and care for the city and what becomes of it. And it has been, you know, we have been through so much. Remember, I am on 5.1 and I'm not off topic. So please allow me to speak. We have been through so much. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I thought my work was done with Measure Y, and that I was going to pass that on to, you know, you guys, and basically, but no, we're on to phase 2. And I do have to take the lead on, I would say, the east side. And to get this Measure Y passed. So we all need to keep an eye on the ball and keep an eye on what ultimately is what we need, is money to make sure we provide services for our city, our constituents, our residents, and to ultimately make sure that we not just keep the lights on, but we make sure we go on to, bring this city back to, hopefully, we'll be able to see our work and come to fruition with all the efforts that we're all putting in. And I also need to keep an eye on those who are campaigning against it. I really don't appreciate that.
Let me just jump in real here, right?
But I understand. I'm not talking about Measure Y, but I just need to talk about, this is leading, I'm getting somewhere. May I?
And I just want to say for the record, now that the measure's placed, we can't advocate for or against it. Individually,
it.
you can.
Yeah.
But not from the dais. We got to be careful not to. do that.
Okay. So what I want to say is, I'll just say really quickly, is that with respect to this item, there are people who are trying to make signs to help Measure Y, and they're doing all kinds of things, and I'm going to do my thing. And what I want to ultimately say is that I really think that we need to table this 5.1. I hate to do that. I was not ready to do. I wasn't going to do that, but I've basically had time, I guess, over the last 2-3 weeks to think about it, and I think that it's really a good. It's not fair to some of the people who are trying so hard to, without promoting or talking about Measure Y. I just want to say that I think it's good for us to just table it, bring it back after November. I know that the veterans group are probably very disappointed because I have not told them this. And I hope that you could bring it within you to understand that we need to make sure we focus on what means to us the most first, and then we can always come back to this agenda. Because as of right now, we don't know, and we seriously don't know if we have the money to spend on upkeep. And you're all right about that. And I heard Ms. Camilla Overbeek speak about, when she spoke about Heritage Park. I think, even though I would like to table this item, but I would like to also give staff plenty of time to work up the Heritage Park as a possible fit for this monument. I really was trying to think of where it is, but then I know it's called Heritage Park, or it used to be called Heritage Park. I don't know if it's called that anymore, but it's where the Chamber of Commerce is currently located. And that's right on Beach and Hazard, right at the corner. Or that's called the Merriam Warren Building? Okay.
That's correct.
So I know exactly. And I think that's a really beautiful place. And I'm not going to say more about it, because I think it's, if you are given plenty of time to look into it and bring us back after November, I would really, really be grateful, because this was like never, this park was never thought of. So I hope that we can all be happy and move forward and stop bashing one another and just focus, keep an eye on the ball, all hands on deck to do what we need to do this November, okay? So I hope I have a second.
Yes,
Or
motion.
there's no action, so that's what I'm going to do. But regards to Heritage Park, do we need a second on that?
So the motion is to put this item off till after the election? Is that the?
Defer it until after November, but then I also want staff to look into Heritage Park.
So you want to defer it till the first meeting in November, which would be?
Would that be after the election?
It's literally the day after the election, so the staff report.
Yeah, but you have plenty of time. Would you be able to do that? That would be great. Yeah, the first meeting in November, as long as it's.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to focus on what, like I said, since I'm not allowed to talk about Measure Y, but that's the whole purpose, okay, to make sure we have plenty of time. And since you do have between now and then a couple months, I think we should be able to bring it back in first meeting in November.
Correct.
So,
We need a motion and a second on that?
It's nice to have, yeah.
We do?
She's made a motion. And
Okay, I'll second it.
You know, I heard Councilwoman we're talking about, you want to defer this to after the election, or?
Yeah, I would say because we're going to have results in November, the whole purpose is to make sure we focus on keeping the lights on, making sure that we know whether or not we're going to have this money, or the alternative is, are we going to have some cuts, deep cuts, if we don't? So I really think that, to be fair, and this is not something that I was prepared to do, but then after listening and having the extra couple of weeks to think about, I think this might be a solution, and this will make everybody happy. And I know no matter what, not everybody's happy, but I think I need to also focus on, the financial health of the city. And so postponing it to November, I know our veterans, the Vietnamese veterans, are going to be maybe disappointed, but then I heard that they're also concerned about our financial health. And, it's important for us to know whether we have the money or we don't have the money. And if we're going to take some cuts, how can we even justify of taking on more expenses? So I'm hoping, Councilmember Doe, that we could bring it back early November, because I really don't want the new council people to have to take care of. And we don't want to have to bring it back in January. We want it to be the first meeting in November.
Yeah, I understand what you were saying. This project's been dragging out on this council and takes so much time of the council and the member of the public, as well of the member of the Quantry Monument. I think we should make a decision tonight. Yes, no, maybe, or none of the above, and move on. I understand it's the election coming up. It's hard to make a decision, but to me, my stand is pretty clear. I support the monument. I make a promise to the community. I'm going to stick to that promise. I have no problem moving forward and making a decision tonight. Yes, no, maybe, none of the above. Let's do it. I mean, everybody's so tired. Every meeting, the member of the public come forward and spoke, pour out their hearts out, whether or not they oppose or they support. Yeah, this has been going on for so long, and if we postpone into November, it's just it's a disservice to our community. I remember when in 2020, when we dedicated the park to the Mendes family for what they did back in the 40s, at 1947. it take, what, 75 years for the Mendes family to get recognized. The Vietnamese American, we established in the city since 1975. And maybe it take another, how many years is that? Is that 47? So how long does it take for this community to accept the Vietnamese American contribution to the city? Another 20 years? Is that what it takes? I can understand right now. What I see is the support and the opposed just divide right in the middle, just two sides, and that's it. But it's just to me, it's just like the Vietnamese American contribution to the city is not being recognized by the minority of the city. The population, the census data say that we, the Vietnamese American, make up 40% of the population of the city, which is the majority. Our contribution, the Vietnamese American, we have our footprint in everything: law enforcement, movie industry, judges, military. We have our footprint everywhere. This is not about the battles. To me, it's not about the battles. It's a contribution of our Vietnamese American. We work hard, we assimilate, and we contribute. And look at all the hard work these good people put into it. I totally understand the opposition. I get it. I understand. But it just, maybe even another 3 decades before the Vietnamese American get the recognition. I look at the Mendes Park. It's a small right at the corner. Is that a true representation of what they have done for civil rights movement? I don't think so. I think it should be bigger. So the question to you and to this council and the member of the public is how many more decades that we have to endure so that we can get accepted? Yeah, you did it, Vietnamese American. In 47 years, maybe another 3 decades? I don't know. I think we should get it done tonight. Yes, no, maybe, build it or bury it, do it tonight.
Are you Councilmember Dill, are you finished? The reason I second it is because I agree with with Councilmember Ho as far as, for me, is the uncertainty of our financial situation in our city. There is no guarantee that this community, this city is going to survive. There's no guarantee that the residents are going to vote in favor of the measure. So the uncertainty, I don't see myself putting our residents, our very thin financial situation even thinner. It's going to put us over the cliff. And it doesn't seem that this council has changed in the views as far as how they feel about this particular item. And I respect the views of all of my colleagues up here in the dais. This has been going on for a while, and we've all expressed our views, and I respect that. So I don't see this changing, and I don't want to expend any more funds on this because we can't afford it right now. But I kind of have to say this, I kind of take what you said about that this community has not recognized the Vietnamese Americans in our city. We up here, 4 of us up here are an example of how this community has accepted the Vietnamese community, because I know a lot of non-Vietnamese residents in this city have voted, including myself, have voted for members that are sitting up here right now. So I'm pretty sure a lot of non-Vietnamese Americans have voted for us, all of us up here. And I think this community has very well accepted Vietnamese Americans in our city. So I have a kind of an issue with that. I don't think that's true. It's all around us. Our community shops and Vietnamese-owned businesses. Myself, we eat at Vietnamese American restaurants. We love the traditions. We visit Little Saigon stores with to participate in TED Festival. So I have an issue with that. You know, I agree with you that that little sliver of park, that the Mendez park, it was dedicated to the Mendez family. There's no park in our city big enough to really recognize what that Mendez family did for not just our city, but the whole country. There's no park big enough to really honor them. I wish we had a bigger, we can do something grander, but what we're doing right now, is something that's really proud I'm really proud of our community for supporting it. I'm really proud of our city staff, which they've been working really hard on making it grander than when it first started. It started off just as such a small idea, and now it's turned into something much larger. It's going to have a big educational for all our different school districts, different children to learn about the Mendez ruling. And I agree with you there, but right now the issue in front of us is that we can't afford it. We can't afford to spend any more money on this, and I don't see this council's decision changing from the past. And so I'm for tabling it. We'll see what happens after where our city stands financially a few months from now, and then we'll deal with it then. But right now, I think it's the right decision to table it.
But, I appreciate Vice Mayor's Calamanzo comments. I don't think the city should bearing the cost to maintain the monument. And the construction cost is going to be paid by the community, by the member of the Quantry Monument committees. And they make the commitment to raise fund. And some of the members spoke earlier. They say, we need to know the fate of this monument so that we can go out there and with confidence asking the community, Vietnamese community across the nation to come and support to raise fund several $100,000. They're very confident. There's a lot of wealthy donors willing to cup up the money. And there's so much uncertainty for like almost a year. And that's had to stop. All these members of the community they live, they sleep, they eat, and they breathe with the dream of building their monument. They survive. I have to face the election just like anybody else, but you know what? I accept that. My decision. I have to represent two sides of the city. Okay, I have to protect the interests of both sides, and I accept the consequences because you know what? It's the right thing to do, and I'll do it. Okay, I do it with good intention. I never do it with political interests, and that's my philosophy. That's the way I operate on this diocese for almost 4 years. I accept the consequences. I do it with good intention, and we do this right now. We defer to November. It's a chicken way to do it. We run away from our responsibility to make a decision because these people are waiting with hope and dream just to do something, but they can't. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but I would like to substitute motion and move forward and have the number one, the Quantry Monument Committee gonna incur all the costs of the maintenance. So the excuses of this council is like the city is not going to pay. We're going to pay for the construction costs as well as maintenance will be taken out of the equation. And number two, I'm going to propose a location. If you yes, no, maybe none of the above. Cast your votes, and so that member of the public can figure out what they're going to do the next few months. They're going to raise fund, or they're going to just cut their losses and go home. There's so much uncertainty for so long, and it divides the city. Okay, I remember, Councilman Sojan Contreras, he make a speech when we dedicate the Mandates Park. He was hoping that park will bring everybody together. It took 75 years for the Mandates family to get recognized. And we've been here for 47 years. How many more decades do we need to do this? So, did I make the correct motion?
So which park did you want to, or location did you want to place it in? I don't think you clarified that.
Any suggestion?
If you want to ask Adolfo to see if, I know that the last time you were looking into some of the locations, then you could propose.
Staff did put together a site assessment. We have that available if the council wants to see it. It was mentioned earlier during our communication, I did receive phone calls as well from the public stating that there was a sense of cultural insensitivity about placing this monument at Westminster Memorial Park. We are not experts in cultural sensitivity at the city, nor were we able to research these comments, but these were very well-respected individuals from within the Vietnamese community that stated that this type of a monument really had no place at a cemetery because it's a victory monument. Again, these are just paraphrasing some of the statements that we did receive. If council's asking us to show a slideshow showing the locations that we prepared, we're prepared to do that. Jake did a great job pulling that together, and you've seen that before, I think in late July.
I think we all have seen it, but right now I'm just gonna make a decision, make a recommendation, name a location, and then we need to have a public hearing just to get the feedback from the community. Since no one's want to step up and make a recommendation, so I would, I have no choice, we'll have to step up and make a recommendation, Westminster Park.
But I do think Adolfo had mentioned that he's got a location in Westminster Park that we haven't heard about. So for us to move forward, we'd like
have
to
that one,
hear.
right? I thought I saw a report on Westminster Park.
We have an illustration of the park. We can share that with the council.
So Westminster Park at some point was a location that had been mentioned. And so this is something that, in looking at a potential location within Westminster Park, this is a little bit more detailed as to where that monument could essentially be. So if you look at the slide, if you want to blow it up, there's a particular location that's along the Magnolia side. And I will say these are, if you see where that square looking box, that's where one of them would be. So it is closer to Magnolia Street. The other location is over by the handball court and the restrooms.
Is there a particular location that we would be discussing, choosing?
So the map right in front of you is an overall of the Westminster Park, and I also labeled the two locations with the yellow circle. The proposed location number 1, which is this right in front of you right now. That's just pretty much next to Magnolia Street.
There's no baseball field in that particular area, right?
So as you can see, it's beyond what we would refer to as the home run fence. So that fence there that you see, kind of that slight light line that goes from bottom left to top.
Which area would be least likely to be used, or?
So there's been several locations that we've been talking about. We visited the park and we've heard from different members of the public, as well as from the committee, about different locations at the park. There's probably been 5 locations that have been proposed. The locations that are being presented before you tonight are locations where we have confirmed with our Parks and Recreation folks, with Vanessa, that these are areas that are not programmed for activities. That doesn't mean that people don't use them, but they're just not programmed for activities. I mean, one of them was early on was proposed to be like in the field of play. That didn't work. Another one was close to exercise equipment. There was issues and concerns with that. So this location is away from the recreational activities that are programmed, which is the Challenger League, that's been there for decades now. And then the other slide, location 2, identifies another location where it also doesn't interfere with programmed activities that have taken place historically at the site. And in this particular case, the monument is oriented with the facing the open grass field. That would be to the east.
Am I mistaken if I thought we have a location somewhere near
On Hazard.
Is that correct? Am I losing it?
That was
No,
the
you're-
original.
No, you're not losing it. At some point in earlier discussions, there was a location that it was along Hazard, in which, that location was looked at.
And what was the problem that we might face?
So what happens during the Challenger activities, and Vanessa can add a little bit more insight on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's as games are happening, there's other games that are other folks that are arriving to prepare for the next game. That area that was identified that you just mentioned is an area where people are known to congregate, people are known to gather and get ready for the next game. So although it's not in the field of play, it is identified as an area that is often used by folks that are programmed to be at that park and have been programmed to be at that park for many years.
They're like warming up, they're hanging out, they're basically just waiting for the next group to leave. So there's a lot more consistent activity in that particular area on Hazard. So we would ultimately be impeding in their area.
We would be changing the behavior that's been in place for many years.
So city staff did some follow-up and decided that
yes.
is not
Yes, we've seen the
suitable
patterns.
location.
Yes.
And I think
the
you're right.
patterns.
I think you're absolutely right.
And again, with the new playground and exercise equipment, there is a lot of flow in that area with activity.
So I believe an underutilized area would be number 1, which is number 1 on Magnolia.
Would definitely be preferable.
Yeah.
It's the more viable solution of that area. I will say that there is currently a very low height fence.
That fence is about 3 feet high. It would behoove us to get a taller fence in case balls are being hit over that fence.
How far is that from the nearest residence?
It's also
to the north of that.
We can probably eyeball it. If Jake wants to share, that's good.
I would say probably about 100, 150 feet to the nearest wall.
30 yards, 30, 40 yards. I think I agree with the staff recommendation. I think that would be a suitable location right now to present to the city council to make a decision. So I would like to, my substitute motion reflects that, city attorney.
Before we go any further, Jake, remind me, or maybe Adolfo, what was the situation with the parking on this particular park? Is there enough parking?
Yes, so the situation with the parking is, it probably won't be enough for an event, such like this monument, but we were talking about possible having some kind of agreement with the nearby facilities, like in a church or school, that people can, using there during the event.
And remind me again, on to the north of that park, is there not a cutout in the block wall that leads into the neighborhood to the north?
Yeah, I think there's to the east of that.
Towards the back
There's
of
a-
the
there's a-
back,
there's a-
there's a-
okay,
there's a
so-
walkway, yeah.
So if there's not enough parking in the parking lot, isn't it safe to assume that folks wanted to attend an event there are going to find other locations to park and walk over?
That is,
and walk into and park in that neighborhood and walk in?
It is-
Am I safe to assume that that would happen?
That is a safe assumption. We don't know much about the type of activities that are programmed for this monument, but we would assume it would happen, and when that happens, people find places to park in the nearest available spaces.
So I'm assuming that some of the activities are going to be similar to what happens at Freedom Park. I'm pretty sure.
That's really, yeah, that's
Probably
really
once a
gonna.
year, would be a once a year
So
thing. and
in the assessment, in your assessment, were the residents contacted? You know, are the residents aware of this potential monument being in there in that location? Do you know?
So as far, when you say residents, you're speaking in
property
plural.
owners,
So
the
plural, in
residents.
plural, we have not met with groups that represent the community to discuss these possible locations. We have, I personally have met with the resident that is very familiar with the park. So I understand the needs of the community, but again, we rely a lot on what Vanessa brings to us because she has been programming parks in our city for close to 20 years now. But we have not met with a group of community members, if that's what you're
Actually,
asking.
I wasn't done. I'm just trying to think, so if these homeowners, that, you know, if they're going to be deeply impacted permanently in their homes, you think they can just pick up their house and move it somewhere else? I don't think so. So I think if we're going to make a life-changing decision on these residents, do you not think that we should speak to them?
Yeah, again, Vice Mayor Mansell, I just want to remind you that my recommendation is a location, and then we will go forward with a public hearing. And, you know, to me, I don't know how much impact it's going to be when you have two baseball field with ton of play balls at the park like almost every weekend. So I don't know how much impact of a handful of member of the community is going to stop by, just visit and just take some photo at the monument. So I totally understand your concern, but you're right. We need to have a public hearing so that at least the residents in the surrounding area understand and, you know, possibly can have an opportunity to voice their concern. So I'm not saying that we're going to shut it down and just hear our decision, we're going to move it forward. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we need to talk to have the residents have an opportunity to voice their concern.
Okay, another question to maybe city attorney. Typically, when we have a project coming to a neighborhood near you, when you come in, a new business is going to open, a new development, and when it comes to the planning commission, there's a process, right? That you need to put the notice up at the property, and we have to contact the neighboring residents or business owners within, 500 feet, 1,000 feet? Correct?
Yes, in this case, this is
Something to
more in the
me,
nature of a city installation, like if you were to put a basketball court in or, you know, we don't follow that process for that sort of thing. So I don't believe there's anything in the code for us to follow when it comes to something that's authorized like this in a city park.
all right. Okay, that's my 2 cents.
All right, so really appreciate all the members of the City Council be here tonight and share their concerns. I want to thank all the members of the City Council also giving out some of the ideas about a monument. So I'd like to propose additional idea. Probably it's not new, but I'd like to modify, if I may, to Councilmember Ho motion that I'm willing that the first meeting in November, the City Council will consider the monument at Freedom Park. So from now until the first meeting in November, I recommend the city staff should have a meeting with committee regarding the site monument. I don't have a problem with Freedom Park. However, I think that a lot of members in the community, they concerned about the site. So I think Councilmember Ho motion that this city council have to decide first meeting in November. I think that could be a right time. And from now until that meeting, I think our city staff, I need to sit down with the committee to discuss Freedom Park. But remember, I think the size is kind of really huge. A lot of members from the community, they already raised that concerns. For Westminster Park, I think we have to think like activities every weekend. And the parking in Westminster Park, I don't think, I may be wrong, but I don't think that would be suitable for events if there is like a celebration or dedication at Westminster Park. And I don't see that, like we go to park in a neighborhood, that will create another concerns. So I willing to consider, first meeting in November, the city council will decide location in Freedom Park. But at the meantime, the city staff going to have the meeting with committee to discuss about the size of the monument. I think that that will be really fair, and I think that the committee will have opportunity to discuss that with staff. And at the same time, the member from the community, they may, submit their opinion or raise another concerns. So if Councilmember Ho willing to modify that, because first meeting in November, I think this city council have to decide either up or down.
Well, before you jump in, we need to, the substitute motion's still on the
Okay,
table. It either
sorry.
needs to, it needs to have a second or die, for lack of a second.
Repeat, please.
Just for clarity, last thing I heard on the substitute was that you were going to recommend Westminster Park. It's kind of a tentative recommendation, subject to holding a public hearing at some future date, I guess in November, maybe the first meeting in November. But also that
No, it wasn't, but.
Okay, you
Yeah,
never said-
the proposal was propose a location at Westminster Park, and we'll talk about it, and then for the Quang Tri Monument Committee
To
to
pay
absorb
all.
the cost, which technically would not be the committee, because that's the city, it would be the nonprofit that is,
Except that I heard a public hearing at some future, that's why I was mentioning that.
If it needs to be, if there's a member of the public complaining about that location, we can open it for a hearing. I don't have a problem with that.
So it's to select the park, all the costs to be paid by the committee.
which really is the nonprofit, not the committee, because the committee is a city.
Yeah, do we have a name for the nonprofit?
Do we have a name for the nonprofit? Mr. Han, do we have a name for the nonprofit?
The nonprofit,
Have a nonprofit?
what is the name of the nonprofit that you're using
You're
to
raising
raise
fund.
the funds?
Raising fund.
It's kind of problematic to hold.
So no public hearing.
I mean,
Okay. One question, Jake. I'm sorry, Vanessa.
I apologize.
Okay. So it's a long distance from the baseball diamond to that north wall. Is that correct? I think it's 100 yards at least.
To the baseball wall or the home wall?
The home
The
home wall.
fence?
To the fence.
To the home run, to the
It's
home
pretty
run
far.
fence.
Yeah. Can we move a little closer to the McFadden area? I'm sorry, Hazard.
You pull up the,
So stay
It
away.
narrows out there, yeah.
Is it narrow?
So that fence
Somewhere in the
actually
middle?
gets
Somewhere in the middle? Oh,
narrows
that's a
to the
fence. Oh,
sidewalk,
okay.
yeah.
You can see the fence, yeah.
Make it reasonable.
I would say as a recommendation as part of the cost, and this would be part of improvements to the park as well, but currently that fence is about 3 feet. Over in Huntington Beach, there's actually a park that put up this nice netting that, you know, it would increase the, you know, the coverage for any balls that decide to fly out in that direction. But I would recommend.
Is that something that the nonprofit can help pay for, just for that portion, particular portion?
I think staff, I have a contractor who do the fencing for the city. They estimate about $50,000 to $60,000 to do a 20-foot high, basically post with a netting. So as any ball that's flying out that direction, it will be caught by that net. And then
That
the
could
fence
be-
line about 230 feet long.
But to answer your question, that could be negotiated into what the cost would be for the nonprofit as part of the.
But the park has, Park and Rec has money earmarked for park improvements, is that correct? Or?
There's nothing specifically earmarked for that, but it could be.
It could be, you can allocate funds from whether it's, you know, for park improvements for that, if it's what the council wishes to do.
Because that particular area doesn't get used a lot, right? I mean, it looks only empty, there's no sidewalk.
That piece outside the field?
Yeah.
It's not programmed. I can't say that it's not passively used, people walking their dogs, maybe playing catch out there, but it's not programmed. It's a passive area where people could exercise, walk their dogs, enjoy a picnic under one of the trees.
Thank you. Right now, at this point, I don't know if the council is going to approve it, so I'm just, it's my substitute motion without the hearing. It's up to the council to whether they're going to let the motion die, or you're going to second.
So the motion is to select Westminster Park at this particular location with the nonprofit associated with the QT committee to pay all costs. And no public hearing is what I just heard.
And annual maintenance.
And maintenance, yes. But no public hearing.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we have substitute motion from Councilman Morado on the floor. Any second? I don't hear anything. May I propose another substitute motion?
Well, so you made a recommendation to modify.
But if I would like to make.
So substitute motion fails. Do you want to make an alternate substitute motion?
Yes. All right, so I make a substitute motion that our city council, we going to decide that the monument, whether or not going to be built at Freedom Park in the first meeting in November. And from now until the first meeting of November, the city staff have to sit down with the committee members to discuss about the size of the monument. And the monument item in the first meeting of November need to be a public item on agenda.
I'm sorry.
That is my
So, yeah, it would normally,
substitute
it would be a regular item.
motion. Yes, no, need to be a public hearing
You want to
item.
make it a public
Yes,
hearing?
need to be
Okay.
a public hearing item, so that's the opportunity for everyone to show up in the meeting, to raise your concerns, either you support or oppose. And I think that is really fair for everyone. I hope that, you know, the monument had to be unified. Everyone in the committee. It need to need to be really symbolism for our city. So that's going to be a public hearing item. Is that fair?
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, I'm interested in learning more about this heritage park. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, let's have, is there a second? Or if not, just let
I
it
don't know,
die.
would you be able to add that to your?
No, so that is my substitute motion. So if you don't like it, hey, you don't have to second it.
Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Well, before I say, whether I want to second it or not, I understand that Councilmember Doe said that, we dragged this for so long already, and he wants to make a decision tonight. But, it seemed to me that from the consensus of the, council members, they are not ready to make a decision tonight, whether the yes, no, or, vice versa. I want to remind everyone that we have put a lot, we have invested a lot in the meetings and meetings and meetings, and people put in times and then, looking into this. We can't just, drop that at one, at any moment. I just want to make sure that, you understand that I want to reaffirm my commitment that I'm supporting the monument. But I will stand by with my decision as before that this is community projects and we need to have community input. Okay, now I don't know, I know that there's a concern of the financial, but can I ask staff, if you have a chance to look into this to see what is the cost of doing community outreach? Do you have any idea of how much it does cost?
So I'll talk a little bit about the scope. We did hear the word community outreach mentioned, and so we did, as part of our due diligence, we spoke to a few firms that specialize in outreach, right? So myself, as part of my years at the city, I've been a part of many outreach efforts. I've seen it evolve from the 22 freeway project approach, 18 years ago, to what we're doing on the 405. So when speaking to these experts, they have several options, and depending on the option we go with, it can range from anywhere between $28,000 is the lowest quote to 51. It just depends on the targeted outreach efforts. So like today we heard a new park mentioned, right? So as the parks number increases, and if the direction of the council is to go to each park and have a pop-up event, for example, that scope will increase as well. So there is an approach that we've looked into.
Let me clarify that. Is that for one area or for the whole thing?
The cost represents a systematic approach of engaging the entire community. When we spoke to the outreach experts, since the presentation you've seen from Jake focuses on viable parks, one of the approaches was, let's have an outreach event at each of the viable parks and see what kind of input we get. There's also a more citywide effort that they discussed. So at the end of the day, we do have some options, but that is not just for one park. It is for a collective approach.
Okay, because of financial concerns related to this, I do agree with the mayor that we should reconsider this at the first meeting of November. At that time, we know that we are in better situation where we are, and at that point, we can also still conduct a public hearing, and we decide whether that Freedom Park is a better place. So I mean, we can still have some time to make decision on this. I don't think that we are rushing into it today. So with that, I second the motion from the mayor.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I like to state it clearly. This is not a promise. The first meeting in November, the City Council, we will have a public hearing regarding the monument will be built at Freedom Park. So I hope that everybody understand this is not a promise. And this, in the first meeting of November, there will be a public hearing item. That means that item going to be open for everyone. Anyone in the community more than welcome to come up, raise all the concerns you have, and this City Council have to decide either up or down.
No, come on, don't let him talk. Don't let him talk.
All right, so,
Mayor?
So if I could, I see two very similar motions. The original motion, as I recollect it, correct me if I'm wrong, was to basically continue this item until the first meeting in November to discuss the location generally. Where is it going to go? There was no public hearing mentioned. Okay, Christine, why don't you clarify?
So the first original motion, or the original motion rather, is to defer it to the first meeting in November, but have staff look into Heritage Park, specifically Heritage Park. This particular motion, which is the new substitute motion, it's to have a public hearing in the first meeting of November for Freedom Park, but in the meantime, discuss with the Quang Tri Monument Committee regarding the size of the monument.
Yeah, the only thing I think on the original motion was, I don't think the original motion was so focused, and you can clarify, Councilmember Ho, was focused solely on Heritage Park. I think you were going to look at it generally, but asking staff to look into Heritage Park as one of the new options. Was that correct?
Already fail.
Excuse me?
Didn't that motion already fail?
I thought we had a second.
no, it's not failed
It's
yet.
not fair, no.
Because I make another substitute motion.
Yeah, your original motion was
Right.
to
Can I
hold.
change my original motion? Could I amend?
You can, if your second agrees with it.
No, but right now
Who's
we
my
have.
second?
I am.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
But right now we have a
Monzo.
substitute motion on the floor. It's up to you, yeah.
Oh, well, if I have a second, how come we didn't vote?
No, because Councilman Doe
substitutes.
proposed another substitute motion.
Ah,
Okay, so let me
Have to vote.
just go back to.
I just want to be
so-
clear on the motions, that's all.
Okay, so Councilmember Ho, in her comments, said that she wanted to table this item, bring it back to November, but also wants staff to look at Heritage Park. And so a motion was then made, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo, to defer to the first meeting in November, but have staff specifically look into Heritage Park, because we hadn't talked about it before. A substitute motion was made by Councilmember Doe to propose a location at Westminster Park, but also to have the Quang Tri Monument nonprofit, for clarification, to absorb that cost. That substitute motion then died.
Plus the
For lack of a
maintenance,
second.
plus the annual maintenance.
Yes, to absorb, yeah, of the cost of the, yes, the maintenance was in there. That substitute motion died. And then Mayor Ta had originally asked, while the substitute motion was still on the table, to modify the original motion, in which he didn't need to do that because the substitute motion died. And so he made a new substitute motion to have a public hearing in the first meeting in November, but also have the discussion with the Quang Tri Committee regarding the size and consider Freedom Park. So that is that's what's on the table right now, is that substitute motion. That needs to get voted on. It has a motion and a second, and then we can go back to the original motion, which was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo.
All right?
I'm in 100% agreement with that. That's what I got also. I just want to clarify, on your motion, you were saying looking into Freedom Park. Are you also, is the agenda item also going to include other parks as an option, or is that really just your focus? That's what I heard in your motion.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you if is that your,
I mean, I look at all the park, it's not appropriate for the monument. I'm very honest, like the monument for Westminster Park, I don't think that is appropriate.
so your motion is to solely look at Freedom Park?
Correct. However, that needs to be a public hearing item.
Yes.
So member of the public more than welcome to raise your concerns, any concerns that you have, yes.
So to
That's
be-
going to be a public hearing item.
So to be realistic on a timeline, because I know, time's flying with this thing, right? One of the struggles that staff has had has been to coordinate a meeting with the Quang Tri Committee because, you've got a lot of players. So I would say that if you want to direct staff to have this discussion about the size, it's going to require a committee meeting. Can you set a time frame in which staff is to meet with the monument? So that because we as staff are going to struggle at some point to get this meeting put together.
Right. So I would like to ask staff, I give staff 30 days. Is that enough? 30 days to sit down with the monument committee to discuss about the size of the monument.
Does the committee, we have members of the committee here, do you understand that we need to meet?
I think 30 days is really fair for city staff and committee member. Within 30 days.
And the second agrees with that change, addition?
Councilmember Nguyen? Okay, so we have the substitute motion and second of the substitute motion on the floor. I think I make it clear. All right,
Substitute motion.
call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. And that will, Councilmember Doe?
I would vote no because we promised the community we're not going to build on Freedom Park, so my vote no, not Freedom Park.
Councilmember Ho?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
No.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right, so we go back to original motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to amend my motion, my original motion, to read that I would like to propose either Freedom Park or Heritage Park, being that we're talking about not losing or interfering with recreation. And since I agree with Mayor Trita about other parks not being a good fit, so I would like this to be brought back. First meeting in November, so I agree with that. So it would be either Freedom Park or Heritage Park. Okay, so that's plenty of time for staff to do their homework on Heritage Park. And I would like,
Is that a public hearing?
no, I don't want a public hearing. Then the other is that, that the size of the monument, I would like the committee, QT committee members to sit down by the end of September. So that's plenty of time. So that's more than 2 weeks to sit down by September 30th. Those are two parks I think are viable. The viable options are because we are looking at not interfering with any recreation.
Does the second agree with those changes?
May I ask a question?
Well, go ahead.
Could we
Yes,
pull
that's all my
up the satellite photo of Heritage Park? Because that's parking no longer there. It's a parking lot now.
I have a question for
You know,
staff.
I don't know how do we come up with Heritage Park? It's a parking lot for that Chamber of Commerce building.
So before.
Where's the
so-
park?
Wait, hold on. So before we get to that question, does the second
Well, the
agree?
question, the only, I just had a, before, if I'm.
So we're gonna build right
I have a
there?
question before I agree to it, is that timeline enough time for staff to meet with the committee? The end of September, I think you said?
I believe they already, if I seem to remember, you mentioned, staff mentioned that committee member already sat down with you or submitted to you a smaller version. And I think you just need, all you need to do is confirm that that is the smaller version, and that's it.
Is that enough time?
So there's been no formal submittal that the council's been aware of regarding a smaller scale. This is the first time we're hearing about Heritage Park. You know, I'm eyeballing it. The current size of the monument's not going to fit in the area where it could potentially go, which would be on the far west end of the park. Vanessa reminded me that there is a wishing well. I don't really know what that means or what it is. There's something there. I know what it is. I just don't know the history behind this particular one. So the amount of room that we have is going to dictate the potential reduction. The submittal that they presented to Jake, first of all, was not a formal submittal. And secondly, it very likely won't fit. So we're going to need to look at this area and we're going to need to adjust it
So you need more
according to
time?
scale.
You need more time?
Yes.
Okay. So
I think we
within
should-
30 days? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure you guys have plenty of time.
30.
So 30 days, that's giving them a lot of time, and I'm just afraid that they might not give you, well, I think you should contact them ASAP and schedule it.
Let me understand
We're-
something. We're going to put on the heritage? Seriously? There's no park there. It's all paved and parking
there's-
spaces.
Again, we haven't really gone out to assess it. Looking at it and hearing about it, we've been talking in the sidebar here. The only area that it could potentially go is on the far west side of the park. And there is currently.
Like 3 feet of
What was that?
grass or something, like 3 feet.
Say that again?
Like 3 feet of
We're
grass
gonna-
in that area.
It's no longer referred to as Heritage Park. The mapping hasn't been up to date. I know. It's,
So there's 3 parking stalls. Yeah. Hi, Councilmember. There's three parking stalls on the far west end of the park. Each parking stall is about 19 feet. So the depth would be about 19 feet, right? And then the length of it, eyeballing it, right? First time I see the park, it's about 70 feet. That's pretty accurate, right?
Roughly that.
70 feet. So we have 70 by 20 roughly. The current,
It back into an apartment building.
that is a concern. The height of the monument that close to a home is something we're going to be looking at.
May I ask some additional information on this, because I was involved with the building of this Chamber of Commerce. Part of the project that we have to do the water quality management plans, that 3 parking spot in this area here is required for that particular project. That's meaning all the runoff water have to go into those areas and then percolate it through the pervious concrete. So by putting something on it, we kind of violated, the state law already. In addition, the building itself, because it have the office building as well as a conference room, it will require a certain number of parking spaces. So by removing some, again, we might be violating the requirements that we have.
You're saying that this is not viable?
Well, in all fairness, it's being presented to us tonight for
Yeah,
the
same
first
thing, I'm
time.
hearing of it too.
These
I
are
never know.
questions we need to look at.
We're not making a decision today. I just want to make sure that we don't, in the interest of not taking any more park space and trying to, that's trying to accommodate everybody's needs and point of view, take everybody's point of view into consideration. That's why I'm thinking Freedom Park or Heritage Park, and you can come back, and let's choose one or the other. But we can't drag this on.
it's a bit paradoxical, but yes, staff can look into which is going to come first, the chicken or the egg, right? Because you look at the space, if it's too big, but that's why, again,
The meeting.
we can come back to that.
Okay,
Not gonna-
thank you.
Right, so we have the motion and a second on the floor.
Do we have a second on that? Because
Yeah.
you modified
Yeah,
the
yes.
motion.
It's
Basically,
basically the same motion as the mayor's just taking into.
but add the,
Yes.
Added
the Heritage Park,
and
correct.
that's not a public hearing item. am
I
I wrong?
let's make it a public hearing.
So council, let me ask you.
Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Okay.
No, well, I'm gonna, let's just make it a public hearing. I think the mayor is on to something as far as hearing from everybody, and if it's gonna get the council all on board, then just, we need to agree to something, so.
Well, I like to, Heritage Park at Maryland building. I don't see anyone in the city right now. They realize that it's a park.
I didn't realize it was a park.
Yes, I mean like a long time ago, before the building was built. Yeah, that may be a park, but I don't see that the park right now. And you need to look at the parking. I don't see.
Right, I know, that's why we're going to bring that back in
Mr. Mayor.
November.
All right.
So,
Councilman Nguyen? Oh, I'm sorry.
So we need to determine here, do we have a second on,
Yes, but Councilman would like to speak before we.
but we should probably make sure there's a second first and then speak.
Yes, there was, but
Will you second the motion?
but I wanted Councilmember Ho to add to that for the public hearing. And then if we do that, then I'll second it.
yes, I agree.
So we're basically back.
We have a
I
motion
agree.
and a second. Right.
So one more time, we are still on the original motion, which she has now amended to say to propose Freedom Park or Heritage Park. It'll be a public hearing. Meet with the committee within 30 days to talk about the size, bring it back the first meeting in November. And the second of that original motion has said okay.
Okay, I was about to say that, first of all, the motion that, well, I understand the concern from the mayor that the Heritage Park, but I understand staff said that they haven't looked into that, so let the staff look into that. So I kind of agree to the motion, the motion from, the original motion from Councilmember Ho. But I'd like to clarify with the legal counsel first that when she make a modify to the original, then do I allow to make a substitute motion after that?
Yes, once she's modified her motion, then you could make a substitute motion.
That's what I believe.
Because she's modified it.
That's right. So, but I don't need to do it right now. The only thing that I want to make it different is because I want to make sure that it is public hearing. And my Vice Mayor Menzo already asked Councilmember Ho to modify that, and she modified that, so that's it. I don't need to do any more substitute motion.
All right, so the first item come back, the first meeting in November, am I correct? All right.
Yes.
All right, we have the motion and second on the floor.
Yes, so the
Roll call
motion
vote.
was made, the amended motion was made by Councilmember Ho and seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo. Councilmember Doe?
I heard Freedom Park, the possibility going to be built there. I did not agree with that. That's why we voted to go forward and have it placed in the public park. I have not changed my position. Heritage Park is I don't know. Did we de-park that parkland before we build the building? Don't answer the question. Do not answer the questions. It's not, I think what the council doing is we are jerking the choke chain on the community, just drag them along for so long, and I don't think it's ethical. I don't think that we have the courage to say, no, hey, I want to scrap this project, or I don't want it built, If that's what the council want, then just say it straightforward. Stop, give the community, handing a carrot in front of the community. They've been working so hard, so long. Look at them. They're just showing up every council meeting. They just you don't want it, just say so. Say, we're not supporting it. And just scrap it tonight. Or make a decision. So my vote is no, I do not want to move this, to defer the decision in the first meeting in November. No.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Tom?
Yes.
Motion carries, 4 yeses and 1 no.
All right, next item, continue from last meeting, August 10, 2022, consideration of restating the Wang Ji Victory Foundation Authority to be Wang Ji Monument in Freedom Park. So, do we need a staff report or?
No.
All right.
Thank you. Well, with respect to item 5.2, we received a letter from the attorney of the monument, the QT monument, that is now happily installed in San Jose, and that they have no interest in moving to Westminster. So there's no value for more discussion. So I propose that we take no action on this item and move on.
So if we don't take an action, so we don't have to vote, am I correct?
There's no need to vote.
No, I withdraw.
All right.
I'd like to withdraw item 5.2.
All right. Next item, 6.1, continue from August 10, 2022 meeting, ordinance revising chapter 3.44, purchasing system, Westminster Municipal Code. City Council, do we need a staff report or may I have a motion or any concerns and questions about this item?
I'd like to have a staff report, please.
All right, staff report, all right, please.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. So this item was reviewed by the council on June 9th of 2021. And at that time, council took action to reduce the city manager's limit to, for purchase orders from 175,000 to 50,000. But since that time, costs have gone up for routine items and inflation, and some vendors have expressed reluctance to commit to pricing based on the fluctuating costs. So we, once again, surveyed surrounding cities, and those are included in the staff report, but Huntington Beach is 100,000, Costa Mesa is 100,000, and Anaheim is 200,000. So this item would raise the city manager's purchase order or purchasing limit from 50,000 to 100,000. In addition, there was a need to clarify language in the code or the purchasing ordinance for multiple, the California Multiple Award Schedule CMAS, and include other similar programs such as Sourcewell to be authorized for purchases procured pursuant to competitively bid contracts. And finally, if the limit was raised to 100,000, it would then raise the emergency purchasing provisions to 200,000, and those would be needed to be reported back at the next council meeting. So anything over 100,000 would come back to council at the next meeting.
And let me just make one point of clarification, and that is that this concerns services, supplies, and equipment. It does not concern public works projects. Public works projects are governed by the Uniform Public Cost and Accounting Act, which the city has adopted, which would allow the city manager to approve informally bid projects up to 200,000. I just want to make sure that's clear. That's different from what we're talking. We're talking about services, supplies, and equipment right now.
I have questions. Do we have a problem with the purchasing power from the city manager? And is that why we have this report?
Right, there's been, we've had some delays in being able to purchase things because the 50,000 is, excuse me, is low for some of our normal day-to-day operations. So, I mean, bringing it to council does delay some of the purchasing abilities.
So it did happen. How many times did it happen in the past?
I don't have a number, I'm sorry.
A lot of it's just really come up because of the cost of doing business right now with contractors. So, I mean, it's happened. If you look at, the last, 6 months worth of agendas, there are things that are on there that you normally wouldn't have seen in the past. So that gives an indication. I just don't have an actual number for you at the time. It's just certain services that we've had to hold off on until we got council approval. So if you kind of look at the consent calendar, it's where we've placed those. You'll see, 6 months worth of some of the types of things that we normally have not brought to council, and which we've had to because the limit was significantly reduced. We're not asking for it to go back up to what the original 175,000 was. That was just a really, really high amount for any city manager. But reducing it from 175 to 50, and again, things are a little bit different as far as, as the cost of doing business, and we've seen that across the board. 50 has just made it a little bit difficult to get some of the things we need to push through.
I remember we reduced the purchasing power of the last city manager. What was the reason? I forgot the reason.
There was a reason.
There was a reason.
We don't want to rehash. But I think this proposal is very reasonable. I think anything over 100, which is 101, you need city council approval. So with inflation and everything.
So inflation is about what, 40% right now? Everything like 40% more expensive than, I think it seems like,
Inflation-
groceries about 40%.
I mean, inflation plays a part in it, but I will say, with not lowering some of the cities, because when you look at some of the comparable cities, we haven't looked deep into those particular contracts as well. So like if you look at Garden Grove, that's 50,000. There may be things within their purchasing code that are built in which they have higher authority, like higher amounts, right? So there may be, like for technology contracts, they may have a higher limit that's already built in. It's kind of like us and certain bills, right? We have a higher authority in other areas. So it's like these numbers are a little bit all over the place. I'm comfortable with 100, not asking for more. It's just to try to expedite business where we can. 50 has posed a little bit of an issue, but again, whatever council decides. There was an issue, which is why we reduced it last year.
I have a question for the city attorney. You mentioned that the $50,000 purchase for of services, supplies, and equipment only, right?
That's correct.
At the same time, you mentioned that there's no public projects. And public projects, I thought there's also a service.
No,
Can you
it's-
clarify that?
Yeah. Under state law, public works projects are governed, there's a state law procedure that governs them. You have to bid them out to the lowest responsible bidder. There's a whole bidding process that you have to follow. The city has adopted an alternate procedure that a lot of cities have adopted that allow greater knowledge or by different bidders about our projects. And the exchange there is that we're allowed to informally bid projects up to $200,000. And so that's just for public works projects. That's any kind of work where you're building, constructing, roads, buildings, things of that nature. The issue here is services, supplies, and equipment. That's kind of, if we're going to hire someone to help with planning, or if we're going to buy more pencils or other office equipment, those kinds of things. It's not a public, we're not building a new building. We're not fixing a road. We're basically doing regular business, trying to get services to help with different things or supplies or equipment.
Okay, now I have more understanding of what kind of services that we are going to deal with. And looking at all the cities that the staff have a chance to visit, I see that the Fountain Valley is $50,000 and Seal Beach is for $36,000. The only sizable ground roof CD, which is bigger than Westminster, which is $50,000. Costa Mesa, 100, same size is about $100,000. Huntington Beach and Anaheim is, I understand that is bigger. So I think $100,000, limit is reasonable. So I move to approve.
I have a question, City Manager. Can you give us this council, I mean, City Attorney gave us some examples, but can you just give me some examples of
Past contracts?
past contracts that you would, have an issue with, have had a problem with?
Let me pull some up for you specifically, unless you can recall some off the top. 'Cause I haven't, let me see. Some of them are technology-based, and we had that issue.
Maintenance contracts,
I mean,
when you're maintaining something, oftentimes it's not really building something, it's more maintaining. Any kind of supplies that you regularly use but are not
well,
tied to a particular
Let
project.
me see if I can get a good, some examples of some of those. Well, like, for example, if we were going to move forward with an agreement, for outreach or whatever, right? And we were going to use the $58,000 option for outreach, we would have to come back to slap that on another council agenda for you guys to approve that $58,000 contract. And even if you've already provided the direction for it, we'd still have to come back on to approve it. So,
And do you know why, since Garden Grove seems to,
And
why is Garden Grove 50? I mean,
White Garden Grove 50, again, and it's just speculation, but without looking at anything, they may have specific things built into their purchasing ordinance that allows higher amounts, that allows for higher amounts, which I don't know off the top of my head right now. But like, for example, okay, that one is not. Sorry, trying to pull what I can. Our system where we have our contracts is on the intranet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
have
just thinking, yeah, it sounds very reasonable, but at the same time, like, we don't know the future, we don't know where any of us here, including the city manager, is going to be, down the line. So, and we know why we reduced it last time. We don't want to talk about that, but,
Well, yeah,
we don't know where we're going to be.
So like an example one for police citation processing agreement, right? That was something that we had to bring back out, and we do it every year. But that was like in an amount not to exceed 100,000, but we still had to bring it, because it's higher than what it needs to be. But that's something that we annually do anyway. That's an example of one. Yes, we did have a problem before. I mean, I would recommend, if the council chooses to, and it could be built in the ordinance, but to look at the authority every time you hire a new city manager, that's always an option. Because this is an ordinance, so it does become code, if that's something that the council wishes.
I think that's a good suggestion, because the reason we addressed this in the past was because of concerns, of those particular concerns.
Absolutely fair.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to do. I don't know whoever made the motion, if you agree with that.
Councilman Nguyen, I heard from Councilman Nguyen, he make a motion as recommended?
Yeah, so
No,
he made the motion as recommended, but if he would like to amend
Yeah.
the ordinance,
To
because
add-
it's for first reading, so if you want to amend it, to add, that you review the purchasing policy, upon,
Hiring of a new city manager.
Review the purchasing policy.
Basically bring this item back again.
I mean, it's one of those odd things too, though, is because like when a city manager starts, you really don't know what their spending habits are gonna be.
Right, so if the city manager, really want to bring the item back, so
Yeah,
so be it.
Yeah, so I agree with modify.
I'll second it.
Include in your motion?
Yes.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Motion again, I'm sorry.
Motion is to approve as recommended, but then pending on the city manager to bring it back, to review the purchasing power.
Review.
Anytime there's a change in city manager.
Correct.
Correct. That's kind of an,
All right, we have motion and second to approve.
Councilmember, so the motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo, and that is to consider changing the city's purchasing policy as recommended and increase the spending authority of the city manager, and introduce an ordinance for first reading entitled an ordinance of the mayor and city council of City of Westminster amending provisions of Title III, Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.44, Purchasing System of the Westminster's Municipal Code, read by, as amended, to include to add review by a future city manager, read by title only, and waive further reading. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Just to clarify, to add that to the motion, that it's for $100,000 for the city manager's spending authority.
100,000, all right. All right, next item, 6.2, continue from August 10, 2022, meeting council policy regarding recognition and proclamation.
Yeah, I can go first on this one. I think that there are 3 resolutions there, and Councilmember Doe also have a resolution drafted.
No, we are 6.2.
6.2.
Yes.
So this is an item that's resurrected. It's resurrected.
Oh.
So council policy regarding recognition and proclamations, we've discussed this over the years a few times. And so this is finally coming back, and, you know, as far as what the policy would look like. So currently, we have several different types of recognitions that we provide. We've provided certificates of commendations, resolutions of commendations, and we know, several years ago, we've had quite extensive discussions about that. And of course, certificates of appreciation and proclamations. And so some of these types of recognitions, it doesn't really matter what the title ends up being. It's serving the same kind of purpose. We're trying to recognize someone for something, or a group for something. And so looking at the current policy that we have and looking at what some other cities have done, I've ultimately refined what our policy is. And so just to highlight what those changes would look like. So currently, the policy establishes guidelines for recognizing individuals, groups, events of significance to the Westminster community. And in reviewing the actual existing policy and what we're actually giving out, the following major changes to the policy will address the types of requests, the mechanisms for approval, and then language in which recognition is to be used. So I'm proposing that we issue certificates of recognition and proclamations only. So you only have 2 types that you're providing. And we eliminate all other certificates, and then that very controversial resolution of commendation, right? So we're not going to give those anymore. It just confuses people just using the word resolution. So a certificate of recognition is all-encompassing. It can be used to recognize many things such as personal accomplishments, significant events, community contributions, etc. Requests by members of the public for certificates of recognition or proclamations must be made in writing. That's actually a mechanism that's allowed now, but we do get requests, right? So like the proclamation that we got today was an emailed request. So and those would be addressed to the office of the City Council. We would prohibit the issuance of any recognition type in any foreign language, with the exception of a foreign language for any national heritage month or day, such as like Spanish for National Hispanic Heritage Month. And if there's, AAPI, then, we can issue proclamations during that time frame. That's actually used in some other cities where they do that for foreign languages. But that would then eliminate the, if we have a change to our council and we're giving out proclamations in different languages in which, members of the council may not understand what's being provided. And then, of course, for transparency, some of us would not be able to understand. So we'd also have, so currently, the mayor may approve a certificate of recognition on a case-by-case basis if it's not identified on a pre-approved list. We would still retain that because regardless of who is the mayor, that's still an authority, that's still something that's provided to a mayoral seat in other cities. So that role as a mayor, would not change. So certificates of recognition that are on the pre-approved list may be generated upon request, which is consistent with what other cities do. And then any issued certificate must obviously be significant to the Westminster community in some way. So there's got to be a tie-in, whether it's cultural, whether it's, a resident, like there's got to be some significance to the community. All proclamations must be listed on the city council agenda under consent calendar for approval. That is something that is different and new, but it also highlights what we're proclaiming, right? So we don't give out a lot of proclamations per se, but there's a significance to proclaiming something. So it should really be on for everyone to approve and then have it presented. And then we would add language to indicate that certificates of recognition and proclamations are not statements of policy or individual viewpoints, support, or affiliation, and that recognition is from the city council as a body. So it's ceremonial. It's not any kind of individual statement if you support or don't support, a particular group or whatever, but it is of some kind of significance that the city council as a whole would be recognizing a particular person or, a particular group. So you may not like a particular person. It's not about that. It's about whatever this contribution is, that this person's made. So that would be included in the policy. And then last but not least, there's a chart in the original policy that is completely outdated. And so I would just recommend removing that chart. And initially what that chart has done is it's given kind of like guidelines of personal accomplishments, the type of recognition you would provide, and then signed by who, where, and how presented. But it's both specific and vague at the same time, right? So it's very specific when it talks about, Girl, Boy Scout accomplishments, Eagle Scout, but then it's also very, vague when it says ethnic celebrations or religious observances. So I feel like that chart does not serve a purpose. So again, some of the highlights that are in the updated version. Those are the highlights of the updated version. And again, requests may be initiated by the mayor or a council member, community member, or organization and are submitted to the mayor or the office of the mayor for his or her direction. Requests by members of the public must be in writing, addressed to the offices of the city council. If a request for recognition is consistent with requested categories that are described in this other list, and this other list would actually, say what kind of, like a certificate of recognition, what it would be, a proclamation, what it would be. If it's consistent with that, then staff will issue that recognition or proclamation like we normally do and like other cities normally do. And if a request is not clearly consistent, then the city clerk will confer with the mayor for discussion or approval. So there's still that discussion component. And then any council member who's dissatisfied with the disposition of a recognition request may request that item be calendared for city council consideration at the next available city council meeting. And that's actually currently in our policy right now, but it's just, again, not being followed. No certificate of recognition or proclamation shall be issued in any other language, and that's really important. And then approved certificates or proclamations may be presented at city council meetings under presentations if you wanted to do a public recognition, and that's where they would go, which is what we currently do. So those are the highlights. This has been a long time coming to get to this policy. So if there are any comments, recommendations.
Yes, I do have the question for you. For the second item there, I would request by members of the public for a certificate of recognition or a proclamation must be made in writing. Is it in our current policy right now?
that requests are made in writing? Yes, the current policy does, the current policy, which is attachment A, it does state that, they're supposed to be in writing, that individual requests may be made in writing.
So my follow-up question is that the ladies that you have a courageous act tonight that we recognize, did they write in to ask for the
So that was
recognition?
actually, so that was actually a request, that was a request of the mayor. So that was actually a council requested proclamation. It wasn't made by a member of the public.
Well, but
So-
here you said that requested by members of the public.
So members of the public, members of the public may make a request, right? So when we have the Donate Life Month in April, that's a member of the public that's making that request, asking the mayor and city council, hey, will you guys give us a proclamation for Donate Life Month? That is an emailed request that we get every year. When requests are made by members of the city council, that's at your discretion as council members to have one issued. This kind of cleans that up. You're not requested to do one in writing. That's your right, I guess, as a council member based on this. But it's for members of the public that want one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the council will override that.
Requests by members of the public must be in writing addressed to city council. Requests may be initiated by the mayor or city council member, but it doesn't state anything that the mayor or city council member has to submit one in writing. But for our record-keeping purposes, we do keep track of which council member does request, a particular thing, and that just gets put in a log.
I think we need to clarify that statement right there, because they say request by members, that nothing about the council members.
Yeah, because
my point is this, that the whole purpose of recognizing people, they don't come in and, go ahead and recognize me because I do this, do that. It's just, it's something that you recognize people and do that,
So some of the things that we've received requests for, it's not about them, but they've wanted us to recognize them before. So there was the resident who's given a lot of blood, right? He's donated a ton of blood. And that was a request at some point that someone in the public had made as well, to say, hey, this is somebody that should be recognized. And so members of the public in the past have done this, and they've done it a lot more than they do now. But that's why it says requests by members of the public. It definitely is not requests by council members. It is requests by members of the public. We've had people who've wanted to recognize them. Like when we used to give awards for, or not awards, but recognition for residents who've turned 100 years old, right? We've had those types of requests from members of the public. Because we don't, staff doesn't know about it, council may not know about it. So there is a mechanism for that. Or we've had requests from someone, there's this Boy Scout Eagle Scout, right? Eagle Scout project. Let's recognize him. Those are requests that have come in, via email before in the past. So it really is, for that particular line, I think it's fine where it is because it's not about the council members. It's requests by members of the public must be in writing, addressed to the office of the city council. And that's a standard thing.
So council have the right to.
Council will always, based on the policies and just based on the nature of recognition and proclamations, council will always have the right to provide, you have your discretion to want to recognize someone, and of course, some of these things are more last minute than not. And so again, if it fits under a particular category, not a problem. It's not a problem. What we're proposing is very standard with what other cities have done. There's actually a chart somewhere in here that kind of outlines what other cities, have done. Some of them don't even have a written policy. We actually have one, which is outdated, but that's what we're trying to do right now is update it so that we're clear about what we're giving out, what we're recognizing. Because we don't want to water down the significance of getting something from the city council, right? Like that's, that's something that's really important. And for some people that don't know, it's an honor for them to like get something for an accomplishment, achievement. Like it's a feel good type thing. So,
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. It's just that I was thinking that this is also a Bible for city council to use it, so,
absolutely. Yeah,
and
so
it's-
the request in here, no. As far as the written thing, it is just for members of the public, but this does provide you as a council with a baseline of the types of things that you're gonna
Alrighty.
be able to issue.
Yes, and I have a concerns on the Eagle Scout and Boy Scout and Girl Scout certificate, and this is for the future mayor. I looked at the chart and realized that if the member of the community who accomplished to be Eagle Scout or Silver Scout for non-resident, so then the council have to approve, and that's going to take a lot of time.
So, yeah,
But I mean, like, my concerns is for the future mayor. All right.
yeah, no, so that's why Exhibit B, which is that chart, is just being deleted completely.
All right, okay.
So we're gonna go with Exhibit A, which is the proposed guidelines for recognition requests, because I felt like, number one, the chart was redundant, but it was also outdated, and not useful. But the proposed guidelines for recognition requests. So Girl Scout, Boy Scout accomplishments, a certificate of recognition may be prepared to recognize Westminster residents who achieved the rank of Eagle Scout in the Boy Scouts or the Gold, Silver Award in the Girl Scouts. And so that, that in itself, I eliminated the part that says certificates are presented at the recognition event.
No, but based on my experience for many years here,
Yes.
we've been invited to the Eagle Scout or Silver Scout celebration ceremony almost like every month, and a lot of students they accomplished that do not live in our city, but they expect to receive the certificate from our city.
So this clarifies that it's recognized in Westminster resident, and so that would ultimately, help with that. The ceremonies, and that's the complicated part about Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, because it's not by city.
Right.
But if you want to look in a different perspective, that if they're servicing our city, even though they themselves aren't residents, it's kind of like
I'd like to convince the city council to give a certificate to all the students, even though they live in other city.
And
Expect that. I hope that we're going to modify this. But it's still up to the council, but I hope that we're going to modify this.
and like I said, this is going to be one of those things, because we have students that go to Westminster
I've
School
been
that
in a
don't.
lot of like scouting event, and majority of them live outside our city.
So the policy currently exists right now, but it's still at the council's discretion for some of those. I know there are non-Westminster residents that are receiving recognition, but it's because but like let's use the Boy Scout, Girl Scouts for examples, right? So their troop, maybe maybe you have a troop that covers a particular area, but you're obviously not going to. I mean, it'd be interesting to show up to the event, but you're only giving certificates to the Westminster residents, that are part of that
But
troop.
I'm really sure that the future mayor and myself going to be invited to many scouting events, even in Irvine. Yes. And if we show up to that event and other city elected official, they have certificate in their hand, and our future mayor don't bring anything.
And that really just, I mean, in a larger picture, it's an education process, right?
Yep.
So, our focus should always be on our particular community and, our resources dedicated to our particular community. So we definitely want to be careful, that when we're recognizing it's of our significance, right? Which is fine. I get invited to random events in other cities. but I don't go to I don't go to them, you know. But, so again, it really is going to be discretionary at some point, and as someone sits in that seat, they'll start to figure it out. I'll be around, or whoever the next CM is will be around, and, you know, just walk through that process.
But over here, you have one of them that says that if it's not on the criteria, the mayor can approve it case-by-case basis, right? So that would fall under...
Okay, so it's up to the future mayor, you know. I just
It
want to
really-
make sure that in lieu in the policy.
Yeah, there is a case-by-case basis. That is normal in other cities as well. It's what we had in this current policy, but again, we always try to encourage that it's significant to the Westminster community.
So the mayor is the ultimate person who make that,
The mayor can make,
break the tie?
So the mayor, you're right. So the mayor has that discretionary authority, yes. So it does go to that point, but that's why we've tried to structure, you know, try to cover as much as we possibly could on the proposed guidelines to list out most of the common things, right? Like there's only going to be maybe a few times where you have these offshoot types of recognition that you would give, but again, it's, you know, it's not uncommon for the mayor to have that authority.
Didn't we talk about this a couple of years ago? In detail?
We have been talking about this since 2019.
Yeah, I vaguely remember.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's like the back of my hand. We have been talking about this since 2019 because we've had different issues that have come up and just clarification. And then, of course, because the policy that we've had has been so vague, or, you know, it's been very outdated.
I think, and then the council, we discussed about that. Yes, we brought it up.
Yes, the council did bring it up.
Didn't we talk about individual councilmen can issue certificate of recognition?
There was a discussion about that back in October, so it's been gotta be, you know, almost a year, right? But there was discussion about council members individually provide, you know, being able to issue certificates. It's not common in other cities to do it, but it's certainly not it's because we have districts, it's possible if council wants to go that way. I don't recommend it though, because then the discretion, you know, it's from an individual council member now, as opposed to the whole body. And at the end of the day, there's still 5 people, 5 votes, 5 members of a city council, right? So, you know, if it's some kind of recognition that falls under the categories, and it's, you know, it's something that's very common, it's not a problem. Staff will automatically produce it, and it comes from the whole city council. But I don't really see necessarily a need for individual council members to be able to give, because the restriction would be like you'd be giving within your district.
Well, you know, I don't think that's a bad idea, since we go into district, you know, whoever representing, you know, elected official elected in that particular district, they work hard to campaign and representing the people. I think they should be able to issue certificate of recognition individually for people in that particular district. Because it's I think it's a lot easier, you know, because right now all the certificates are signed by the mayor. And you know, I got elected a lot. I'm not saying this to protect me or bring myself to the next level, but I think if a council who get elected, like, you know, this 2 and 3 right now, I mean, they should be able to cite their own certificate and recognize people in their community. I don't think the city gonna control and keep track of all the certificate, but it should be able to, unless they want the whole council, that they can request one particular for the entire council. And I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't know how the city council think about it, but.
So I had a council member previously who had a really bad habit of wanting to issue certificates and then changing the signature line to that particular council member, when it really, you know, comes from the council as a whole. And this was before we had districts. In Westminster.
Yes.
In Westminster.
Oh, really?
So
You don't want to name any name?
I am not naming names, but I will say that number one, it's odd and it's awkward, because there's still, again, whether it's an elected mayor or an appointed mayor, there's still an authority to the mayor title, right? Like there's still significance in the mayor signing it. Something that, like the issue of having individual district ones is I want to make sure that the politics is taken away from this particular process. And I feel like if we went to allowing districts to have individual ones, that's something where I feel like the politics could come into play. But, there may be other ways for individual council members within districts to do, maybe you have like a pin or, like a gold star, I don't know. But something that is not
Politics don't we?
this, something that's not this, because I will say there's something else, another component of that too, is like, let's say you want to give a recognition, but another council member, in another district wants to give that same recognition to someone because it's something that's broad, it's not just within that district. That just adds a layer of, that adds an additional layer, that I think might convolute, the whole significance of this. The other side of that as well, like I said, if we can always expand like the format of what this thing looks like. So right now it's just the mayor signing it. If we want, we can do digital signatures on it, and every single council member's signature can be on it, and not just the mayor's. I will say right now, when council members, when you guys are asking me for certificates for different things like recognizing a business or recognizing, a particular person, or you're going to go to an event, whatever.
I never say no to any council member, am I correct?
And we haven't, and you know what, on some of them, we haven't even asked you because it's not a thing, it's not an issue. For some of these, they're very basic, they're very standard. So, so the mayor's not sitting there approving everyone's certificates right now. The only thing where we're really asking for is like when we have these proclamation requests that people send directly to the mayor, or we have, other types of recognition sent directly to the mayor. They're being sent directly to the mayor because that's just standard. That just happens in other cities. That's where you go to because, that's just what people know. But he's not sitting there approving, all of your individual ones. He'll just sign off on it. Looks great. We log it in. Not a problem. And, ever since we had our issues with the resolution accommodation, and we really haven't had an issue. We haven't had a request for those because you know what? It's cumbersome to ask all 5 of you by a certain amount of time, do you want your name on this? And then it looks wonky when only 3 of you say yes. Or, again, it takes away that significance of what we're trying to issue to the public, right? Something that's supposed to be recognition. Don't want it to be political, don't want it to be a joke. But I do see the benefit of wanting to recognize within your district for certain things too. That's a totally separate component that we can work on that's not tied to this particular process of proclamations and certificates.
However, for the council district recognition, I think that even we have the policy, but go to be implemented after the election, because right now we have only 2 districts.
Yes, technically, yes. So, yes.
Question real quick.
Yeah.
I have seen old certificate that have signature of all members in there.
So there were certificates at some point in which, and this is where the inconsistency issue comes in, right? Where depending on what the, like we want this printed on the, ledger size paper and have all the signatures on it, versus just the mayor's signature. That's a consistency issue in the past, and it was really because it was direction, back then, though we want to present this one because it's someone really important or, a bigger deal, right? Again, that's discretion at some point that I don't know why that was done that way, where some things
So
were,
you have no idea?
no idea.
Okay, you know what, I certainly understand and appreciate that you're trying to depoliticize this, okay? But whether you like it or not, everybody, you know, you don't have to deal with running for re-election and getting votes, so I can understand that. But the fact is, it's just a fact. Everybody try to get the recognition so they get them easier to run for the re-election. So, you know, I might not be here next term. So to me, just allow the politician have an opportunity to do that. There's no need to put a control in that because it's a waste of time. Everybody try to establish a pecking order. So might as well just allow each elected official have an opportunity to establish credibility to the community. I don't see a problem with that because it's been done, whether you like it or not. So to me, that's how I look at it, you know. And again, it's not for me. It's just a fact, you know. Why you know, trying to put a stop on it? You can't put a stop on a fire hydrant. You know, you can't stop it.
And
I have one of the things the issues that I think that can't have come up in the past was that council members weren't aware of certain certificates that were presented, and then that became an issue when the other council members weren't in agreement with that, and they didn't want their name on it. I know you know about those ones come out. So right here, where is that issued a certificate of recognition? That doesn't say that the council needs to be made aware of it.
So it's not, and that's,
Okay.
it's not.
That's an
because-
issue.
And that if that is an issue for the council, then we can do it, but then you've got to ask, number one, how long do you want to give for the council to make an approval? Do you want to make a formal approval? Like, how extensive do you want to go? You know, the other cities that we were looking at, again, they're either almost always generated upon request, they're you know, approved, like the mayor just signs off on it. You know, if you want to have a formal process of approving them all before they go out, then you're going to run into the risk of not being able to get them approved until they go out. It's cumbersome for staff if we say like, okay, here's the certificate, you need to get back to us within 24 hours, because it's an exercise in futility at that point, because we've done this with the resolutions of commendation, where we couldn't get everybody to sign off on it or respond all the time, because if you guys are busy in the middle of something, and we're having just staff, you know, sit there and trying to text and call and email and, you know, flares and Morse code, like it just is not working. And so I would, you know, again, it's one of those things where it's like, this is not a new process of having the discretion. It's just because we've had issues in the past, I get where some of this PTSD is coming from.
I think that's why we're here. That's why we're here, because of that issue that somewhere certificates were issued, and then that the person that they were issued to was somehow politically some council members didn't want to be associated with that person, and then so that whole thing became an issue. And who's to say it's not going to happen again? So now you're trying to get that back.
It's,
and so
that's
why we're here.
Church plate, I remember that church
There have been
something.
a few. There have been a few.
Scam.
Yeah, no, and you know, to Councilmember Doe's point, it's true. I can't, you know, not like there are going to be elements of politics that will come into play to things, right? Like that's just, but it's my job to make sure that we have things in place that lead us in a direction that is not political, you know, and that's just being on this side of the line. You know, I think part of, you know, moving forward with these types of things, and we haven't really had too many problems recently, you know, but it's really it's really trust that you guys have to put in each other, that when you are going to recognize a particular group or a person or a business or whatever, that it really is in the best interest of the city. And that's just a dialogue reset that just needs to happen based on this. If this council does want to, have like a formal approval process, it can be done. The only way you would do that is on the council meeting, but at the same time too, do you really want to subject, there's certain recognitions that maybe you as a person don't agree with, but then now we're going to air it out in the public on whether or not we're going to recognize someone or something because of whether it's personal interests or whatever it is, right? Like that just becomes a very odd, awkward place to have to do it. Like I said, most of the things that you guys have requested are very normal, basic things. You're recognizing a business for it being open. You're recognizing, a person. Maybe you don't know the person, but the person's done something that's, culturally significant, stuff like that. But really, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because in the
I
real,
totally get what you're saying.
That's in the real world, in the perfect world, that's what would happen. But then we're relying on ethics, and who's to say? We don't know who's going to be here.
And we don't know, and we never know. But
that was the issue in the past. That
All right, just have to jump in.
The ethical part of it.
and it's and that's why like the resolution accommodation was a big thing, and that's why we can. I would prefer, like, if for an overall, city council, we stick to, we would stick to this. But, as we move into districts, right, there are, and what other cities do with their districts, individual council members or representatives of their districts do different things to engage their own communities. And we can certainly look at having individual recognitions that you as a district council member would be able to issue on your own. We just need to work on a program for that, and that wouldn't be a problem. That would just be, that would be its own separate thing, right? Like council members, you're gonna wanna have your own events when you are in your district. You're gonna wanna have your own little like walk with the council member event, or you're gonna have your own little meet and greet, or you're gonna have, something, right? It's not a problem to have an individual certificate from a council member, just not part of this overall from the city council, because that's really the big issue that we're having. Individuals, you as individuals, you all know who you want to recognize, and you'll know who you want to recognize that, that have made a contribution in your particular district. But this really just addresses the body as a whole. We don't want to forget that there's still a city council body as a whole when we're issuing proclamations and certificates of recognition, because at the end of the day, it's still the city council.
I'd like to have some input into that. First of all, we don't know who is the next mayor is coming up, and it doesn't matter who, this is the policy that we put forward, regardless who is the next mayor. But I think that that's a role of the city, the mayor, and we need to have some control over that. If we can let loose, and any council member can also issue their own. The reason I said that is because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that not too long ago, there was a council member who wants to issue the certificate to his, to their family members, for the wedding. Which is, I'm telling you right now, is we are using the logo and the city, type of logo, and we can't use that to personal issue the certificate to the family member or something is not related. So I think it still need to be controlled by somebody, and I'm sure that it's not staff. But it has to be controlled by the mayor, who is having the authority to decide. That's his role or her role anyway.
Well, it's like the guideline would be, and I know exactly what you're talking about, because I know exactly what you're talking about and which one it was. You know, the staff policy, this is a council policy, and that's why we're here. You guys are making the decision on which way you want to go, as far as the controls go. You know, there is language in here where it's not just the mayor like, the mayor's going to have to talk to like the city clerk or, you know, or myself or someone. Like, it needs to be a discussion where it really just, you know, again, when it's something that's not ethical, I mean, that's going to be a bigger problem, right? That's not really about an issue of this certificate policy. Like, that in itself is a bigger problem. I feel that the policy that's written as it is right now covers a lot of the issues that we've had before. It still gives some authority to the mayor, which is normal in other cities. But in expanding recognition, we can certainly look into what individual districts, when we have all districts in place, what individual districts can do, so that you are better, you know, so that you're recognizing within your group, and that's not an uncommon thing to do. So I understand where you're all getting at with this, and yeah.
All right, so what City Council expect to do? We want to approve, or we want to bring it back, or we want to add any park into it? So what do City Council expect to do with this item?
See the need to modify anything at this point. But I do like to see, you know, the council have all 5 members' signature in there.
Okay.
Electronic signature.
We will include that. That is not a problem.
We all work hard to get elected, and we would like to have our
I
name.
think I might say we don't mind to have that, but make sure that you submit your e-signature in advance, please.
No, I'm talking about, you know, all certificates are like electronic signature.
We can,
With the pre-approved, which is a basic. But on a special occasion, we need the wet signature, then it's, we certainly can request that, so. But it looked cool to have, you know, all 5 members.
we've done it. It does look cool.
But how about the certificate? It's really small at the side.
So there are different designs that
Yeah.
I've looked at over the years. So right now, like on our proclamation,
Right.
right? It's this big, long thing, and then you only have room for the one signature. We've made it work before where we've changed it. We can always increase the size of the paper.
Right.
I mean, the design that we have right now, like, let's just be frank, it's a little old-fashioned, right? We can always use this as an opportunity to create something new, especially now that we're in the 65th anniversary mode and we're going to end out the year. We can certainly look at redesigning. That goes with certificates as well. Certificate doesn't automatically mean that it has to be an 8.5 by 11, or it's got to be a small thing. It can be the current, 11 by 14 size that we have, or 11 by 14 size that we have, and that could still be a certificate. There are ways that we can make this work, because we obviously, we'll add everyone's signature on it, but we don't want to, diminish the quality of what we're providing, and then the importance of what this is, so.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and but we also had to make sure that the mayor is always positioned in the middle or on the top with the other council members on the sides or on the bottom in a row somehow.
Other agents, we can do it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think it was something like that where all 5 signatures are on it, it'll carry a lot more weight, more significance to somebody receiving it. So I think that's a good idea. The other issue that I brought up, that's one of the reasons why this came up, because of that. I mean, there really isn't an easy way to address it, which is we have to rely on all of the council members, having, being ethical and have moral standing. But I think I like Councilmember Doe's idea, having all 5 of them, 5 signatures on there. And thank you for doing this. I know this you didn't do this over one night. This took some time.
But is that going to be in?
It took me 11 months.
Is that going to be e-signature, right? It's not going to be a wet signature, right? Because
it
there's
is-
no way that the staff going to go after every.
No.
No. On special occasion, we should be able to do that. I mean, you know.
I mean, for things like, for example, for proclamations, where we don't issue too many of those, we can certainly do, wet signatures for a proclamation. For example, those are, I mean, those will have to be approved at a city council meeting anyway. But if you're able to sign the proclamation before it gets to the council, like, it does already, it shows more weight that you're okay with it, which is kind of odd at that point, because then why would we ask for approval? I mean, that's a component that other cities did for approval of proclamations, to have it on the consent calendar. You don't have to do it, it's not legally required, but we've just kind of included it as a, as something new to do.
So we're ready for a motion? You want to make that to add?
Sure. Make the motion to approve with the 5 signature modification in there.
A second.
That's going to be e-signature, right?
It is yes, it is
All
an
right.
e-signature.
Not a problem. Cool.
A second.
Right, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And that motion was made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. And that is to approve the policy for the recognition of certificates and proclamations, and to include all 5 council members' signature via e-signature. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
All right, next item, 6.3, continue from August 10, 2022 meeting resolution in support of annual designation of November 7 as Victim of Communism Memorial Day, and State Assembly Resolution number 116.
I have a question for the city manager, real quick. So, 2 resolution.
Yes.
So one was submitted by me to you, asking for the to agenda this particular item on the agenda. And then there's another one by Councilman Nguyen and Mayor Chita. What was the timeline on that?
When it was submitted?
You muted me.
It's been a while. So Mayor Ta was omitted in the original request. That was actually my fault. I didn't put his name on it, but it actually came from both. It actually came from both. But the timeline on it, let me see if I can find it. But you both submitted it during the same time.
Shortly after, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so
So they both met the requirement to be on this agenda together, and so that's why they're both being presented. Because there was some discussion about language, because since both sides wanted essentially the same thing, but with different languages, which is why it was split into 2 different resolutions.
Okay, so well, pretty much it's the same thing, but like in the past, every time I submit to have a resolution or anything on the agenda, when I was told that other council member already submit the same request, I usually withdraw my request because it doesn't make any sense. So in this particular case, it's I submit the request to have this resolution for the city council to approve in support of Assemblywoman Janet Nguyen, the State Assembly Resolution number 116. And did you tell Councilman Nguyen and the mayor that it's already been submitted?
Yes. No, I did. There was a discussion that I had, and that's why I'm trying to remember right now which person ended up submitting it first. But there was a discussion regarding.
Well, one thing is, the first 2 resolutions are really resolutions by the council to have the city recognize November 7th as Victim of Communism Day. Then there's that 3rd resolution, which is more about supporting the State Assembly resolution. about that same subject, but it's basically affirming the state's action. So one's the city's action to create the day, the other's trying to support the state bill, assembly bill, or resolution.
So just to go back on that timeline,
So we-
Councilmember Doe, you made the request first, and then you made the request earlier, but then they had also made a request within that time frame to get it on the agenda. And so the discussion was that we were originally going to draft one where all three of you, would, like, we would create the language and all three of you would, I guess, essentially would take credit for requesting it, but they specifically wanted different language that they provided, and so, which was different from yours, which is why we have the two resolutions for the first part, and then you also have a second resolution that is in support of, of the state, which is different from the other one. So there's a standalone one, but then there's also two that are recognizing the same thing, just in different words.
Okay, so how do we gonna approve all three at the same time, or how do we gonna do this? The council pick one? To me, I don't really care. We support this resolution because it's a good one. Try to claim credit is just like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
But so it's up to the council to decide which one we're gonna do.
You as the council have been presented with two different, resolutions that essentially the same thing but different language. So it's really up to you guys what you want to vote on. It's still the council as a whole with whatever vote supporting this particular day.
So Councilman Nguyen, do you want credit on this? I mean, I'm okay. I mean, it just say we approve all three and then
Well,
done.
we can bring it up and talk about it. I mean, if you think that the other one, I just want to get my input, and then however you want to.
If you want all three approved at the same time, so, we can make a motion and then get it done.
So for
We
the
don't need
first,
to have,
the first,
have to have credit
for the
about
first
this.
one-
This is ridiculous,
For the
It's
first
like-
one, you can't, so for the first one where you have the two different resolutions, you can't really approve both of them.
Well,
Because then
but
we're
you
having,
understand what I
we're
mean,
yeah,
so-
because we're gonna have
If you- if
conflicting.
you-
No, I
if
don't-
you
I
say
don't
that
have a
it's
problem. It's
Fine, you
just
don't have
like-
any problem, then I would.
I don't have
move
a
to-
problem, we move to approve like
All three?
two,
No,
yeah,
no,
all
if,
three, yeah.
no,
But one by one,
mean-
yes.
I mean, if, can I have in my input?
But-
Okay, I mean, if you don't have any preference, then I would move to approve the second one and the third one.
Second one is yours.
Yeah, because you said you don't.
No,
want to-
I say approve all three, not just
three.
yours.
Okay, well, okay.
You're not playing
Right,
nice in the
then-
sandbox, you know that,
No,
right?
no.
Well, can I ask a question? What's the difference between
Want to check it outside?
one,
Just
two,
kidding.
and, I mean, what is the difference between the two of them? I mean,
All right,
Okay,
so
that's the
basically,
reason why I want to talk about
okay,
it.
so please.
Okay.
The first one is the regional that match exactly to the
Okay, first of
resolution.
all, I remember that to answer your question earlier, Councilmember Doe. When I called and talked to Christine, and at the time, and she said, okay, Taido, this is my recollection, that, oh, Tai, just call me a few minutes ago and then do that. And I said, okay, I also have the resolution draft. And at the time that I already sit down and have the resolution draft, and I understand that your resolution is through the city attorney to draft that. I don't think that they did that at the time. But anyway, regardless that, it is, like you said, this is a good resolution that, we brought up, and the different, I can tell you the different right here. When yours is very much the same as the one, if you look at to almost to the end, yours is very much the same as.
I'm not attacking yours,
No,
right?
I'm not, I am not attacking you. I'm not attacking you, okay? This is something that you asked me, somebody asked me what a different, yes. So I'm telling you the different here, okay? I'm not attacking anybody. So the first one and the third one very
Try to
much.
shame me.
My turn, please. So the first one and third one very much the same for the first part. The second part was a few that talk about Westminster residents. From the resolution that we put and I just want to identify the three different, okay? First of all, is a resolution to honor and commemorate past and present victims of communist government. We specifically said that. The second one that in the resolution that I had was, we make it known to the world that communist ideology is violating basic human rights. And we need to make sure that these, go out and let people know about it.
So you're better than mine.
Did I say that?
It's pretty, yeah, that's what you say.
I said the different right now, okay? If you want to jump in and say whatever you want to say, but I want to identify the different. You have the right to tell everyone here the different, okay, that you have. The third one is that we also make sure that the future generation and also from the school, hopefully that school members or trustee look into that and make sure that this is, something that we also make sure that our generation, younger generation also recognize it. And we are here condemn that the communist ideology. So this is the right thing to do. So those are the three different that I have.
Yeah. So I just want to give my thought on both resolutions. So basically, the general idea are really similar. The only difference that the resolution that proposed by Councilmember Nguyen and myself that we include the background of the Vietnamese American community. The reason why the Vietnamese community came here and also some other states, they recognize the victim of communism Memorial Day. But I want to be fair. I'm willing to approve all the resolution. Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion to approve
Can I
two
say
resolutions.
something for the non-guy that didn't grow up in a communist regime or wasn't exposed to that, which I'm glad, and I do not want anybody else to be exposed to that, is with us supporting this, and that it's a great item, it's good.
Yeah.
But, we have to also make sure that present day is not, that this doesn't continue in present day. And I don't know, I'm sure you guys know this, is like, what is one of the tactics of the communist regime? Communist regime is to manipulate the truth to their community, to control them. And that's something that we cannot have and something we cannot continue to see. And unfortunately, you still see that in present day. And that's one of the things that we as a community need to fight against. The so-called fake news, the so-called the twisting, the manipulating of the community. That's something you cannot continue to do. And we need to speak up against it when that happens. And unfortunately, I've seen some of it in our community, and that cannot happen. So as a council, I'm glad that you guys that this was brought forward, but we need to speak against it and publicly and say that cannot happen, because that is very unfair to those who don't have the means to really understand. If they don't speak the language that's is being spoken, and for the elderly especially, they're not familiar with the modern day technology and things that they can use to gather that truth. And when somebody manipulates that truth, that is a form of communism, and that cannot happen. So I've asked council members here, if you're ever out and about, to stand up publicly against it and say, do not be telling half truths or lying or manipulating or spinning the truth, and because that is happening today, and that is what this is about, what this resolution is about. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that point.
I have my point in that. I guess that, if we know that that person is a communist, then I'm sure I will stand up and say that.
Good.
There's no question about it. okay? But then, before you say anything about that person, you make sure, because you don't want to accuse them, they will go back, and sue you for that. Now, we are particularly talking about communism here. And you know that not too long ago, I think before my time, I guess that the council on this dais here came out with different resolution to make sure that if there is communist leaders or whatever you call, that they come here, they have to notify the city in a certain number of days. And those are the things that I think that the community at large, they always appreciate that, because we as a city, we have to spend time and money to protect elected officials, whether they are communists or whatever. But we want to make sure that it's fair to us, that we don't have to, we can plan ahead of time for the police to be prepared before the riot is coming. And you know that this is a community where the Vietnamese, they are,
So what's going to happen if the member of the Communist Party comes to the city of Westminster? You're going to call Westminster PD and arrest them?
No. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is we have the policy here. If they want to come here, fine. They can, because, the regulation are not allowing us to do so, to prevent them from coming here. But
can the police arrest them?
But we have the resolution that they have to inform the city
What if they
a
don't?
number of days before
What if
that.
they don't? We're going to give them a...
Well, if they don't, then in the resolution, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the city manager should talk about it. But if they don't, we are not guarantee their protection if there is
Really?
anything happen.
Really?
I don't know that, is that, I don't know if I,
So the police will not protect them if somebody hurting them?
well, no. There is not a guarantee somehow, but the police is going to protect them.
At a government entity, you would...
I don't
cannot
know.
say that.
I am talking about.
Councilmember, I don't want to get in there. This is in front of us tonight, right now, 11:20. So I advise.
He brought it up, so I have to question
Right,
it,
of course,
because
of course.
we as a government body for the city, when we make a statement that we cannot guarantee somebody's safety in our city is unconstitutional, it's a liability. We cannot say that.
We're kind
That's
of
what I
off
wanna-
point here, though. It's not really what's on the agenda.
I totally understand, but the Councilman Nguyen's statement was totally out of line, and I have to correct that, because that is not how we operate in this city. I mean, I'm sorry, in this country.
Say whatever you want to say. Okay, you've been attacking me, and then you tell me that I'm attacking you, even though I'm trying to answer Vice Mayor question, to identify the difference.
I didn't ask a question. I was making a statement as far as that tactic of, one of the tactics of communism is to manipulate the truth, and that's what we need to speak up against.
All right, so right now, so I'd like to make a motion to approve two resolution, and I appreciate, that the city council, we have the same.
I second it.
Okay.
We're approving A, B, and C, is that what we're doing?
Right, we approve everything, yes, okay.
Okay, I would like to add to that motion that on the resolution C, the city, after it got approved, we will have to forward to the state senate. I'm sorry, state assembly.
That's generally
That's
common.
a common practice, is that correct?
But city attorney has something to add.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to point out the language about the school districts. It's okay, because it's only saying it strongly encourages the school districts
right
to do this. It's not
Correct.
ordering them to do it. But I
Right,
just wanted to make sure it was clear we don't have the ability to order the
Right,
school
okay,
districts.
Good, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we want motion and second on the floor, please.
I'm sorry, I need clarification on who made the second? I have the mayor as having made the
Motion, and
motion.
I think who? Councilmember Doe? Oh, Councilmember Nguyen, the second as recommended, approve all three, okay.
Thank you. And that is to approve all three resolutions.
Right.
So the first resolution reads a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster recognizing November 7 each year as Victims of Communism Day. Item B, a resolution entitled a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster expressing support for designation of November 7 as the annual Victims of Communism Memorial Day to honor and commemorate past and present victims of communist governments. And item C, separately adopt a resolution entitled a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster expressing support for State Assembly Resolution Number 116, recognizing November 7 of each year as Victims of Communism Day.
And for the record, let me just state that the two resolutions basically accomplish the same thing. There are some minor differences, but really they should be read together.
Okay.
Essentially, they're seeking to do the same thing, and they're not in conflict.
Right. Okay.
Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next commission and committee item, continue from August 10, 2022 meeting, appointments of 2 alternate members to the youth committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Right, thank you. We have motion and second to approve this item. Roll call vote.
So the motion was made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Councilmember Ho.
Oh,
To this one?
7.1, right?
To appoint 2 alternate members to the Youth Committee, being Dylan Aduang and Genevieve Valencia, to serve on the Youth Committee for a term to expire June 30, 2023. Councilmember Doe?
I believe he voted yes.
Voted yes, thank you.
Yeah, he said yes on his way out.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
All right. Next item, 7.2, continue from August 10, 2022 meetings, staff proposal to install time parking restriction on the east side of Olive Street between Westminster Boulevard and Texas Street.
Second.
All right, we have motion and second to approve this, please. Roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor, and that is to approve and adopt resolution entitled a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, providing for 1-hour time parking restrictions on the east side of Olive Street between Westminster Boulevard and Texas Street. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next, we have comment from City Council agency member, including AB 1234, report when required. Who would like to go first?
I have nothing to report.
All right. So Councilmember Doe, have anything to report?
Thank you, city staffs, once again. It's a nice break from, it's nice to go 4 weeks without a meeting, so I appreciate that.
Councilmember Doe, would you like to report the convention that you attended?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got an opportunity to went to the leave the city. Well, thank you for reminding me. It's well, thank you for dinner from the city attorney office. It was nice. Got an opportunity to attend the cannabis training. It was pretty informative. So there was a mayor from the city of Antioch. I don't know if you ever heard that. I never heard that. Still, it's a big city. It's like 200,000 people. So he was talking about cannabis, how it's helped the city. So it generates a lot of tax revenue for the city. And one interesting thing that he brought up was that the council did not support the cannabis tax because it's the taxpayer voter have to vote it in. So he was like, we have a contract agreement, so it's varied between 2%, 2.5%, or something like that, and then a quality fee, which is about 0.5% of gross sales, let's go to either public safety or use program. So and all the establishment that they have in the city was very safe. I mean, the crime rate is there's no problem with crimes, and all the corporations that operate those businesses are very well run. So I happened to record that session. I'm sure it's extra legal, so I just share it to the city manager. Assistant city manager. So hopefully you can listen to it, and then some QR code. I have a QR code. I have all the flyer material. So hopefully that we can, because it generates a lot of money. There were so many city that attending the training, and they share, how much revenue so that they bring it in. Small city, they bring like $4 or $5 million a year, which is a lot of money for them. So that's something that Westminster might be considered. It's legals. The cultivation tax was gone. I mean, they collect the tax at the retailers now instead of charging the grower a cultivation tax. So it's a very interesting training, and it's an eye-opening. So it's a great event. I mean, it's just a lot of people, councilmen and elected officials and city managers and mayor attending that event. So thank you.
Modo, really appreciate that. But the most important part I want to hear from you, because you are voting member on behalf of City Council. What did you vote and what resolution you vote? Please report.
Well, they make some bylaw change to the bylaw, so I support it. They do not want the debate, so I support that too. So it was short and sweet.
May I ask you what the resolution about, please?
They change to have each member have the chair or the vice chair have the right to appoint other member into committee or something like that. So,
Got it. Okay, that's important part. Okay, for the convention. Any?
Thank you for staff for your hard work. Again, you guys are shorthanded everywhere we look. Every department is shorthanded. So thank you. Thank you for Christian and your firm for a nice dinner. It was very nice to get out there and meet other folks from other surrounding cities and cities from afar and see what they're doing. Just it's good to get out there and speak to other electeds and city officials. So thank you. That I had a really good time. So just thank you for the community as well. And it was nice to have a little break there. So I'm glad to be back at it. So thank you.
I don't really have anything to say, but I just regret that I missed the dinner. I heard it was a really nice dinner. But I didn't really have much to say, which is really good. That's kind of rare. Thank you.
Right, so thank you all the council member sharing your input. For myself, last week I had an opportunity to attend the solar installation in American family housing property. That was an amazing moment. So I had an opportunity to talk to the volunteers of Wells Fargo and what is the other company name? The agency nonprofit, Rick Alternate, am I correct? Yeah, Rick Alternate and staff from American Family Housing. So they did install a solar panel on the roof of the property, and that's a really good event. I believe that it's going to save the building and the community energy bill. So I really want to thank our city staff for helping that process. Really appreciate that. All right, so with that.
May I add?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you for speaking on that subject, because I was there too at the American Family Housing, and I guess that was a joint venture with Wells Fargo as well as Free Solar, and that was really interesting to learn that Free Solar Company, I think they were doing a lot of business in LA, and they only started coming out here to Orange County. And so I told him that I would, put him on my YouTube video to talk about it, because I think it's a very interesting program, because it's really available for all low income. I'm not sure what what income limit, but I will be speaking to them a lot to try to promote the program. I think it's a great one.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ho. So that's conclude the council comments. And next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, September 28, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the council chamber. Meeting adjourned.